chat, plan for the day. 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. Tarn and potentially Zach are going to be joining me, and we're going to be talking about dwarfy things. I do have this doc open in the background of questions to be asked. So there is that. These ones at the bottom are just kind of generic, and then these top ones are all the more ones that I want to get asked. So there's that. We'll be playing Dwarfs up until that point. But after that point, we're gonna, have Tarn on. And then after the talk is done, I will be jumping offline pretty quick so that I can edit the VOD and get it ready for YouTube tomorrow. Then tomorrow's a whole nother mess. I got a doctor's appointment, a bunch of other crap. So I think we should just pick up hot beards. We're in the year 169 with a Crimson Pulley. And I think we're getting close to the end of this fort. I like this fort a lot. There's a few more things I would like to complete. We've got that road set up. I'd like to build this tower up to something cool. I'd like to raid the goblins a whole bunch. But I do think that we are getting close to the end of this fortress. Just for the reason that I think it's time that we move on and do other things in this world, right? Like, the whole point of this world was to do a lot of cool shit. And I know for a fact that there's going to be other cool locations for us to build fortresses here. So I think that we'll do today and then maybe one more stream after this of this fort. And then after that, we will retire this fort and either do some adventurers and leave them around in various places or other things. There is quite a lot of goblins here that we gotta, start removing. Gotta be careful about the human pits because I don't really want to attack the thrifty realms. However, these dark goblin pits do need to go away. So actually, I'm gonna start hitting these. I'm gonna hit Leak Evil first. But as for the fort itself, currently, there are actually some invaders in the middle of the river. Now, they, let's just say, fell down the waterfall, got whooshed into the river, and are now just in the river. Like, they live down here, which, on paper is fine. The issue is there's goblins in my river, so we may have to, go into the river and kill them at some point. That, or I need to set up an archery range to shoot at them. One of the two. But probably what we'll do is we'll drain the river until they can move, and then we'll just run in there and stab them all. So we are currently sending out some dwarves to go raid Lake Evil. We've had some pretty exciting stories of espionage in this fortress. Bunch of intelligence and counter intelligence. There's currently a bunch of characters in prison in this fort that do not live here who are trying to corrupt my dwarves to steal my own artifacts from me and bring them to other factions, which is fun. So I've got a couple of dudes in the old prison right now. We got Astrog, the dwarf poet fallen thing, who's assumed a fake name, who's going to be in prison for another 115 days. We also have Amateur, who was implicated in this espionage, who's also in prison. And then we have this human criminal who had a very standoff, obvious name because they were labeled as a criminal. So they showed up in the fort and we immediately interrogated them. Turns out they were, in fact, a criminal. And then, of course, there's still the two vampires. So, we've been doing some interrogations, and that's been a bunch of fun. As for the fort itself, we've got various different dwarves that are in prison for various different things. But as far as the fort itself goes, the named dwarves, aside from the ones that just left for the military, are Ronald, KD8, Axon, Stone, What, Pigfinite, Rhinestone, Vinsati, Joe, Gunslinger, Elamino, Waffles, Anander, Mike F, Friggin' Bob, Bonehead, Max, Rowell, Rory, Sideways, Kettlelars, Pink Fluffy Llama, Amateur, of course, who's, I think in prison. No, he's going off to raid Lake Evil, maybe. Ponce, Animal, and all the way down to the bottom, we have Figurine and Cajun Bob and Tele. So, you know, we're doing all right. And I may need to remove Amateur from this squad. Yes, I do. Amateur, unfortunately, you're going to have to leave the squad until they come back. Because currently, you are not there. You actually have hot beards? I mean, if you self-describe your beard as hot, I can provide you with a dwarf. However, I'm not going to limit it to only those with hot beards because that's a very limiting factor on my audience and also puts unnecessary pressure on those who may want a dwarf in this fortress with having to acquire a hot beard, which may or may not be more difficult for some. So that's kind of an unfair difficulty curve upon getting a dwarf in this fort, I would say. Also, one of these kids just grew up and is now an adult. So, that's this fortress. Frame rate goes up and down. We are currently, I think, draining. Yes, draining this trap. Because we just drowned a siege. And as part of drowning that siege, I kind of, sort of, maybe accidentally, you know, booted some goblins down into the river, who then went and climbed up onto this, who are now just a problem that we get to deal with, which is fun. So, you know, it's fun. Also, Amateur doesn't mind being in prison. He has been in prison for quite some time and will be in prison for quite some more time. However, doesn't seem to mind it, quite frankly. So that's good. Although, you know, he has got some notable kills, as well as some vultures and some trolls and whatnot. So he's a good dwarf. We'll keep Amateur around. We just need to, you know, make sure that he's not a criminal. You know. So we've still got a bunch of dwarves leaving for this. Maybe shouldn't have sent all of that one squad because I kind of have a bunch of very newbie-ish dwarves like Zassit here, who's walking super slowly. Maybe should have only sent the top 2 squads. I'm sure it'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? What time of year is it? Late summer. Good to know. Good to know. But yeah, part of the reason I think... Uh-oh. We got ourselves a ghost. Part of the reason I think that we need to wind down with this fort a little bit is just like, you know, I don't want these forts to become samey, right? And it's not a huge concern, but it is a concern, right? Okay, you are engraving. Let's follow this. Waterborne was a dwarf who was in the river during a siege, and a bunch of goblins dove into the river and started fighting with him. And that dwarf managed to hold off, like, I don't know, maybe a dozen goblins or so for quite a long time during that siege. And eventually came out on top. And I'm very proud of that. Very, very, very proud of that dwarf. So, all right, so you're going to pick that up. I need to get that clothing up there removed. Cool. I got dwarves set to dump. But yeah, chat, we're a little lurky right now at the start of the stream. Thanks to everybody who got here early. I just want to say like a very serious thank you to everybody for the little train earlier as well. If anybody has any questions or if anybody would like a dwarf in this fort, just give me a shout. There, of course, are plenty of dwarves in all of the jobs available. If you don't currently have a dwarf in this fort and you would like one, let me know. But yeah, plan for today is mostly just going to be working on that tower. Building up cool shit. Looks like all those dwarves are getting that stuff removed pretty quick, which is very nice. You have a dwarf? Do you have any preferences on job or personalities? Same with Use Battalion. Any preferences? Because like I said, I got kind of everything. I've even got peasants. No preference? All right. Well, if you have no if you truly have no preference, Wendigo. Wendigo. Okay. It's just Cybrek. So you are Cybrek. You are our mayor. And he is euphoric due to inebriation and was delighted after watching a performance. Felt fondness after speaking with an acquaintance, but bored to being able to practice a craft for too long. You are married to Id, round construct, and you are a worshipper of Alron Ivoryton, and you are a apprentice under Urvad. Your master Urvad is a scholar who is in the fortress. And he is short, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and he has a prominent chin. His heliotrope eyes have large irises, and his ears are tall, and his dark peach skin is wrinkled. His hair is gray with a touch of black. You are, of course, 128 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 41. You like shale, trifle pewter, star sapphire, giant wolf leather, giant stoat tooth, spears and backpacks, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and bush tits for their small size, and the words of the amethyst orbs, and the sight of the lacy wonders. When possible, you prefer to consume spotted webgong and dwarven beer, and you can't stand rats. He personally sees ongoing commerce as engaging in commerce as a high ideal in life, and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity is completely abhorrent. Values sacrifice, values honesty, and values hard work, and prefers noisy and a bustling life to boring days without activity. You clean toilets at work, and apparently a carpenter and handyman was working in the door handle. And I went to his van to get you some stuff, and you found the door handle in the trash bin, and you were confused, and you got some colleagues to replace the door handle to the male's toilet. Later, the carpenter was confused. Oh, that's funny. He has rarely developed some negative feelings towards things, and very rarely is moved by curiosity, and finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. Rarely feels discouraged and tries to do things correctly each time. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and enjoys the company of others. Generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and acts impartially. He is rarely moved to mercy, and likes a little excitement now and again, and has a calm demeanor, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. So that's the mayor. And Spitalier would like a Gelder. Gelder. I don't actually think I have a Gelder. I do have a legendary soap maker, though. Oh, wait, no, we do. There's one. Found one. Spotted a Gelder. Nish is Spitalier. Trade is the lifeblood of a thriving society, says Spitalier. We thought some customer saw the handle's axle in half. That would be strange. The way I was expecting that to go is I thought that, like, you were in there cleaning toilets and then realized that, like, the doorknob had been removed from the inside and you locked yourself in the bathroom. That's where I was expecting that story to go, not the direction that it went. Animal. Which also would have been very funny. Like, imagine just, like, you're in a bathroom just, like, working and cleaning, and then you come back and there's no doorknob and the door's locked, and you're like, what the fuck? Anyway, she is married to Locum, Page Seals, and has one child named Asmiel Hammerskin. Hammerskin. Help me. It's like phone's boss. Hey, I'm locked in the bathroom at work. Open the door. Well, I can't. There is no way to open the door. Her hair is clean shaven and her lips are thick. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and she has a prominent chin. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She is 80 years old, born on the 12th of Obsidian in the year 89. She is very strong and quite quick to heal, but she is very quick to tire. She likes marcasite, black bronze, jasper opal, mahogany, wood, and the color sandy taupe. Gauntlets and crowns and guinea fowls for their social nature, and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine and the sight of the wondrous lark. When possible, prefers to consume mango wine and absolutely hates hamsters. What do you mean you can't just open it? I just open it with the door handle. There is no door handle. How can there be no door handle? I'm locked in the bathroom. Although maybe don't tell your boss to fuck off, you know. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. After seeing a dead body in the year 167, she never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. I mean, that's why you're a gelder by trade. Have you ever tried to, like, cut the nuts off a horse without getting kicked in the head? It's hard. She never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, and she is conflicted by this since she considers tranquil preferable to tumult, conceptually. And she is an unfriendly and disagreeable, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she often feels discouraged and isn't particularly curious about the world. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and tends to hang on to grievances. She isn't given to flights of fancy and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And she doesn't really care about anything anymore. Reminds you of the soup store video? I'm not familiar. Would anybody else like a dwarf in the fort currently? Also, if you currently have a dwarf in the fort, like if you are Elomino, Waffles, or Joe, I can always check in with your dwarves. Let's check in on Amateur's dwarf. You are afraid after experiencing trauma. Well, I mean, you were convinced to steal one of my artifacts. So that's kind of on you there. KD8, how are you doing, dwarf? Satisfied after producing a masterwork. Dwarf is a carpenter and kind of just lives in the basement smelting stuff all the time, which is good for them. Also, down here, we are mining out clown fuel, which is a good time. That's not what I wanted to do with that. I wanted to automate. And automate that. Can you have a dwarf animal? Animal have a dwarf. Do you have any preference on kind of dwarf, job, or anything? Stonecutter or mason dwarf? That one and this one. Sure. Zephon. Animal. He is blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom and felt satisfied at work, but was lonely after being away from family for too long, was frustrated after being unable to practice martial art for too long, and was frustrated after being unable to pray to Del or Diamondcrest, the Mountainess, for too long. Was euphoric due to inebriation and felt wonder, remembering communing with their god. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. And you know what? This might surprise you, but you didn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. And as we scroll down, you can clearly see that he didn't feel anything when he saw a goblin's dead body. And you also didn't see anything or feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body. And you didn't feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body. And you didn't feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body. And you didn't feel anything after seeing a giant beak dog's dead body. Or a beak dog's dead body. You didn't feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body. And you were interested after watching a performance and bored after getting into an argument. He is the son of Inul and Kodal, and is an ardent worshipper of Nakar Fountain Clean, and the birth of yearlings, and is a casual worshipper of the lands of pregnancies, and is a worshipper of Del or Diamondcrest the Mountainess. He is 70 years old, born on the 8th of Timber in the year 99. His teeth are tangled, and he has a broad and prominent chin. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length beard is braided, and his hair is clean-shaven. His nose bridge is slightly convex. His ears have small lobes. His hair is, clean-shaven, and his nose bridge is, his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach, and his eyes are heliotrope. He likes bismuthite, that's hard to say. Tin, bone opal, green glass, pebbles, leather armor, and spiked balls. Blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. And the words of the paper of lace, some impossible prefers to consume nautilus, alfalfa, and hard wheat beer. And llama's milk and split flour. And can't stand purring maggots. No dwarf cheese for you. Personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. He is disgusted by merrymakers and can't fathom why anyone would want to live. You're disgusted by merrymakers? And can't fathom why, and can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and doesn't care about fairness. Hold, let me read this again. Personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, is disgusted by merrymakers and can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and the pursuit of knowledge is a waste of effort and doesn't care about fairness. Are you a libertarian? He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He is bashful and turn around after wearing old clothing in the year 165, and is confident under pressure. He is quick to anger and fight, and he is quite ambitious, and he is very humble, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He generally acts impartially and rarely is moved to mercy, and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Tends to not reveal personal information and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is stubborn, though. He is conflicted by this as part of himself, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Damn, to merrymakers. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, I continued responding. I was just simply repeating the same line over and over and over again. That's not, I think, the definition of not responding. In fact, I would say that is the opposite of not responding. Quite literally the opposite of not responding. All right, apparently I need to use the toilet real quick. Nature calls. Back in a sec. Yeah, I did a stealthy run of investments a while ago. Alright, this dwarf's running down into the basement to go carve some fortifications. Hells yeah. Although I would restart the bot so that you can run them right now, but I'd be afraid that the bot would stop working, so, and never work again. Because I'm pretty sure the next time I turn off the bot, it's not going to be able to connect to Twitch's API because it's on an older version. It's fine that because it's on there right now, but the second I restart my bot, it's going to stop working. Mark my words. What is adding me on Discord? Also, I don't know if Red Octobear is in the chat right now, but yeah, I saw that. You're here. You're just lurking while working. I'm just stating that the thing that you posted in sub chat, yeah, that's real. That happened. I was reading about that before I turned the stream on today. Shit's wild. Shit's truly wild. Good to see that you cheered in the right week to keep the #1. Huh? What do you mean? Higher Stupid's definitely #1 right now. Unless you're talking about gift subs. You're #1 on gift subs. But you're not #1 in cheering. Oh, I understand. Yeah. Well, I mean, for whatever it's worth, you did get passed in the last night. Last week. You did get past the last night. So you finished it #2 at the end. Which is, like, you know, honorable mention for the $3. I appreciate it. Does the no mayor doesn't want anything. I actually really like this mayor. They don't demand a lot of things, which is a nice change. I've had a lot of mayors recently that have just been like, yeah, all of the things. Come on, calm down, please. These guys. I think we might be safe. So the reason I smooth and then fortify all of the adamantine before I mine it out, the reason I do that is so that I don't end up digging into hell accidentally, which is suboptimal for your long-term survival. Whereas if you fortify them first, you can peek behind them. It lets you peer. It's like digging a tiny little hole and peeking through it, because hell can't break out of it. So you gotta, you know, be careful. But as I always try to remind you, Animal, it's certainly not a contest. And you do not need to compete. You know. It's like, I do definitely appreciate all of the support that you've given me over the years, but, like, it's not a contest. What is your hot beard dwarf up to? Don't think you were one of the dwarves I just booted out into military-dom. Oh, there you are. Let's see. You don't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. How I long for the beautiful spectacle of war. You know, dwarf, there's a time and place for everything, and now's not that. You're fine. You seem to be... You have a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Food. And you value decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. And you see war as a useful means to an end. You are enraptured after communing with your god, and delighted remembering watching a performance, and you're sad at being unable to pray for your god. So you're doing pretty good. Storing items in stockpiles. And we're just going to jump back down here so that I can get some of these ghosts dealt with, because I've got ghosts just hanging around. But yeah, that's what your dwarf is up to. You're a metalsmith. So we attacked a goblin place called Leak Evil, and the dwarf Besmir led the attack, and the goblins were led by Cutsmob. The dwarf Besmar outmatched the goblin Cutsmob with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Leak Evil. The Golden Standards led by the dwarf Zasset clashed, with 26 trolls slaying 10. The goblin Uspra's lower front tooth was torn off by Cog Web Boar. The yellow and blue text is good. Yellow is basically just fighting happening. Blue means we're winning. If it goes purple, it means we lose. In the late summer of 169, the goblin Mutt, Rain Famous, his upper left back tooth was smashed by the dwarf on it. And it seems like after like that scrapping, my dwarf split and headed home. So we appear to have made it home. So now I'm just trying to place a couple slabs with engravings on them. Let's make 10 more slabs. I'm going to need them anyway. Might as well get to them. Waterborne has been laid to rest. There is no longer a ghost running around now, which is positive. Nobody's dumping things. They probably aren't. Looks like they aren't. All right, we need to slam that shut. And then we can probably start clearing out these goblin bodies, I think. No, not quite yet. Still too deep. Don't really want to drown my dwarves, which I have accidentally done a couple of times. So I don't want to drown any of my dwarves. Game saving, which means the season just ended. While I wait for the game to save. I can unpause the game. But yeah, I quite think that we are ready to start clearing this. Actually, what we could do, I could open this upper side. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll open the upper side and get all of that stuff removed. So that's the trap lock lever. We'll pull that. Get the dwarves into that upper side so that they can start working, clearing the stuff that's on this layer out, which is going to be a good number of dead goblins. We can pull that lever. Now I can jump back over the mission screen, and we're going to go raid Complex Sin. Apparently sins are complex.
Yeah.
And I canceled it instead of doing it. Hey, pilot, how are you? There we go. That's who we're going to raid. Send you three, and we're going to try and raise the site. Good luck, dwarves. So we're sending the military dwarves back out. The other thing I need to do, I need to pull this lever. Open up the trading door. Because that opens up this, which opens up this, which opens up this, which opens up this. Which allows them to just walk straight up and out, basically. Tasty ramen improves morale. So does beer before work. Just don't tell your boss. Are you doing okay, pilot? Like, genuine question. Enjoy your lurks, cutest. Also, investments are now open, Animal, since you were trying earlier. I'm below 10,000. I broke my rule. supposed to go below 10,000, but I did. Let's fly up top. I'll go back to working on this. So this is all what? Quartzite, mostly quartzite, and if not quartzite, then granite, because quartzite and granite are the same color in game. So much yellow. Quartzite. Really? That ran me out of quartzite so fast? Come on. Oh, on to granite, I suppose. Granite blocks. Which I apparently have quite a few of. I'll respond in chat since Pilot can't see stream. I don't know if Pilot will see this, but tomorrow is my day off. Be on again until Saturday. You know, whenever, it always kind of amuses me whenever I take my day off. It's like, oh, it's my day off. And then there's almost always at least one person who posts either on the Discord or in Twitch chat. Fuck! Damn it! It's like last time it was Cutest, but previously it's been other people. Like, god damn it, it's Blind's day. Sorry. I need the days off for my sanity. You can send it to him on Discord. I mean, if you, I'm sure he'll figure it out. I'm sure he'll figure it out. Too worried. Oh my god, I actually won. Back up above. No! Dang it. I suppose I'll have to deal with it. Deal with what I get. Yeah, Cutest got mod for a few reasons. But one of the reasons why Cutest got mod was the only way that I could let Cutest into the subscriber channel on Discord was by giving them mod rights. And so I was like, well, I'm comfortable with giving you mods, so here, have mod. Also, since I gave you mod on Discord, you can have mod in Twitch chat too. Just please don't ban anybody unless they deserve it. Besides, I need more active mods in the morning. Like at the start of the stream. Like, around halfway through the stream is when most of my mods tune in due to their work schedules, right? Like, Hobo doesn't usually tune in until closer to the end. Audio's usually here around halfway through. You were for real? I thought that these were the same color. That's annoying. Oh well. I'll just let them build it and we'll deconstruct the ones that don't fit. Because I thought that granite and quartzite were like the same color, but apparently that granite's slightly duller. But you know what? Maybe we'll just deal with it. Let it go for now, at least. Dwarves are all carrying those bodies out. Should unforbid all of them goblin clothing. But yeah, figured Cutest deserved it. It's kind of difficult sometimes to like find good mods. One of the hardest things to do on Twitch is find people that you trust enough to like have the ability to ban people in your chat. Cause it seems like a small power, but it's a big enough power that it could destroy a community, so gotta be careful. Apparently, 11-bit has extended their "This War of Mine" 100% profits goes to Ukraine thing. They're extending that till Friday. And did they post an update on how much they'd made? Apparently Darkwood as well. Who or Acid Wizard, the developers of Darkwood, are doing the same thing. Also, on the subject, you can get Keeper RL if you don't for free, theoretically, if you donate $20 to Ukraine. Well, the dev will give you a key if you make a $20 donation. So if you make a $20 donation, or if you've made a $20 donation, send him a screenshot and you'll get a key for a video game. That's pretty great. Also, the dwarves are here to trade, and they actually have wagons, which means my road is working, which is good. That is good. Excellent. Excellent. So once they're done building that, we can ship that over. Because we've not been able to properly trade with the dwarves yet because they kept on not actually making it to the fortress because they wouldn't be able to get there because they'd get stuck on all the trees because this map is so treed up. Speaking of cheap games, though, apparently there's an itch.io bundle in the works. So we can all buy another 1,000 games for $5 or something. Which is cool, considering I know somebody who's still trying to play all of the games from the first one that happened on Itch. But yeah, I've heard through the grapevine from a few people that developers are signing up for that. It's a lot of dollars. What, $5 for 1,000 games? Hey, Stone. Since you tuned in. If you are wondering, Stone in this world is delighted. Remembering watching a performance, in fact. And you don't really get attached to people. You were content after eating a fine dish. 141 years old. Getting up there. How are you? I don't know. How are you, Pink? You are... Where are you is actually the better question. What job did you do? I can't wait until we get an easier search function in here. You're a hammer dwarf? If you're in the military, then you're not on the map currently, so I couldn't tell you. Yeah, if you are in the military, then you're not on the map right now, because they're all out raiding. And you're definitely not a stonemason. So. Yeah, so you're probably not here. Content after eating a fine dish? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, kind of a, like, I'm going to keep repeating this throughout today, just to build up excitement, I suppose. But today, I don't think just Tarn is joining me for the chat. I think Zach is joining me as well, which is why it's in the title of the stream. But that's kind of cool. Let's follow these wagons. This is the first time this entry road that we've built is actually getting the opportunity to function. Ed stew. Same plate as that potato. Good stuff. I went grocery shopping this morning because I realized yesterday that I basically had no food. It's like, well, I have nothing I can... the only thing I had in my apartment was plain oatmeal and plain rice and some carrots. I was like, well, I guess I gotta go grocery shopping. Like, I have some vegetables, but that's kind of it. Let's do that. Let's do all the crafts. Large, maybe not small cut gems. Let's just do that for right now. That happened to me grocery-wise the same day your account overdrafted and you had no cash. So you ate oatmeal, honey, and PB for an adult 2 days long. Yesterday for breakfast, I had plain oatmeal with some white sugar in it. Just like a teaspoon of white sugar in it. Because I had I had no like almond milk or anything to put on it. I had for lunch, I had a bagel or the last bagel I had. And then for dinner last night, I had ramen noodles with a packet of soy sauce on it and some fried onion. Because that is all that I had. Ooh, not a bad spoils report. No, you don't need to write this down, Stone, don't worry. But, spoils report. Mission report from raiding Complex Sin. The Crimson Pulley attacked the polished dread of the Hate of Praises. At Complex Sin, the Dwarf Besmir led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin 9 Earthen-Ended. In the early autumn of 169, the Dwarf Besmir outmatched the Goblin 9, or Nin? Is it Nin or 9? Anyway, Earth-Ended, with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Complex Sin. You had a few days of rice plus butter or rice plus soy sauce. That was before you knew about the food bank. Yeah, I've definitely had points like that in my life too. The Dwarf Besmir outmatched the Goblin 9 with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Complex Sin. And then it looks like things kind of go well. The Goblin 9... his cheeks was torn. Seems like we're right away just like attacking the leader. Usteth got beaten. Interesting. The Goblin Usteth Phrase Cross. That's a very dwarfy goblin name. Hey, General Grub. It's been a minute, yeah. Couldn't miss this one. This is going to be a particularly special one, I think. This is going to be a particularly special one. Copper Mirrors, led by the dwarf at Besmir, clashed with 22 trolls, slaying 10. The Golden Standards with the dwarf Zasset clashed with 12 trolls, slaying 10. You will admit you knew the restaurants that would give you food at closing if you brought a container, but that was a long time ago. There was a girl that worked at the Tim Hortons in the town that, well, actually, I knew a girl who worked at the night shift at the Tim Hortons in Maple Ridge, and when I was homeless, she would give me a bagel for free, which was nice of her. But the reason I knew that was because she would come into the McDonald's that I worked at the time in the middle of the night after her shift. And dog done being groomed. You'll be back. All right. Well, we'll see you when you're back. Do you work in dog grooming, Taylor-B? An interesting gig. Well, I would say that this went quite well, because this finished with the Sweltering Sand looted treasure from Complex Sin, and the forces of the Sweltering Sand rampage throughout Complex Sin. So it looks like Complex Sin is Complex dead now, potentially. No, they're not. There's still 20 of them left. Well, gonna go hit him again. Speaking of, I think Fluffy Llama. We'll give him a minute. We'll give you a minute to get back. Because I know that you're here because I read your name earlier today. You've been to the Tim Hortons in Maple Ridge? Did you ever go to the McDonald's across the street from the A&W in Maple Ridge? Frogfire? You've seen it? That's the one I worked nights in for like 5 years before I moved out here. Out to closer to downtown. I still know people that work there. Gem Cutter's been found dead. Did somebody tantrum? Huh. We're not having, some weird thieving contest, are we? Alright, we got 2 dwarves found dead. Someone's fighting. Did someone try to steal an artifact or something? Looks like a poet got to fighting. I'm not sure what just happened. But from what I can tell, 2 of my dwarves just died, and I'm not entirely sure as to why. Ral, the siege engineer, and Arath, the gem cutter, both just died. That is very strange. Like, very strange. I'm not entirely certain as to what just happened. But a fight broke out and 2 dwarves died. Anyway, Pink Fluffy Llama, if you're still lurking, you don't feel anything after seeing Kulbok's Lancer Wax's dead body, and you were content after putting on a well-crafted item. You've got 7 kills and 2 notable kills. You are afraid after experiencing trauma, but euphoric due to inebriation and blissful after remembering a great bedroom. Pretty happy dwarf, I say. Oh, so it seems to be like they're... Oh my word. So I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems like the poets have all gone mad, I would say. And it looks like my dwarves are fighting with the poets. So there's been some sort of mini revolution in the tavern between us and poets. Perhaps somebody got possessed by a ghost. That's possible. But it does look like my dwarves are just executing all of the poets in the fort. It does look like that is what is happening. Maybe it's possible somebody tried to steal an artifact. It is possible one of them went nuts. And any number of things could have happened. I can't tell my dwarves to go fight with them, though, so we just kind of have to let them fight it out. Fortunately, there are more of us here. So, than them. You just like allowing visitors? I like allowing visitors just because fun can ensue, and this is fun. So, I don't totally mind it. As long as it doesn't kill my fort. I have kind of no idea as to what started the fighting. But it appears that... Actually, you know what could have happened? You know what could have happened? It is possible... one of the poets tantrumed. That is definitely a possibility. That is absolutely a possibility that one of them tantrumed. So anyway, combat appears to have finished. We'll have to deal with all of those clothings later. Poetry slam Hotbeard style. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's perfect timing for the late in the day Royal Dwarfy Hotbeards cage match Legendary Edition pay-per-view tonight only in our tavern. Pay for your booze and then punch a human. Yeah, that's probably what it was, Grub. Probably what it was. Like I said, the combat stopped, so it must have just been like one poetry group that just went a little nuts all at once. There's just teeth everywhere, and I don't know. Strange. Weirder things have happened, though. Seems like we lost 2 dwarves in the fight, but... What fort is this today? What fort is this today? What fort? Is that what you're asking? Maxie, this is Hotbeards. This is a my not Long Death world. This is the Crimson Pulley playthrough, where we are playing the faction of the Crimson Pulley. This is probably the last or second to last fort I'm gonna do, or stream I'm gonna do of this fort. And then we're going to probably do a couple adventurers. Try and go from either up here or over here, or maybe even over here, and then down and over to this fort. Park a couple adventurers here, and then start a new fort in this area.
WWE Slam Poetry.
Can I just say that I would watch a professional wrestling and poetry tournament? So they have to either tell poems before the wrestle or during the wrestling, and they have to stop each other from telling poems. I see it going hand in hand with the Finnish knitting and death metal competition. You know? I could see these two events working just fine. Chess, boxing, but poetry? Why not chess, boxing, and poetry? You have to play a game of chess, win the game of chess, win a boxing match, and then write a poem about it. You have 30 minutes. Go. Raid a vault, kill some angels, and bring back that sweet, sweet holy metal back to your fortress. That stuff's so cool. That stuff is so cool. Actually, speaking of like different metals and stuff, I got a question that I'm gonna try and ask Zach and Tarn today, which is for the premium version, because there's individual sprites for every metal type. What happens if, like, say you make an artifact sword out of bone? It's like, do they have those sprites made? Because there's a lot of bespoke materials in Dwarf Fort that don't normally get made into certain things, but what happens if the game just decides to do it? Like, what if I get, like, a gem spear, which I've seen before? What does that look like, you know? So curious to see how that stuff plays out, but, you know, we got lots of time. For reference, it is 11:30 a.m. here right now, and they're joining me at 3, so. They're proc gen? I'll be honest with you, I know very little about holy metals. Very, very little. I don't know. I mean, it seems like the sprites are just pre-drawn, at least for the weapons. It seems like it. So that's a lot of bodies. up in here. You know, I'm real glad we didn't have any visiting necromancers. As we almost had to romance some necks up in here. That could have gone bad. Like, real bad. You remember once seeing a mod that procedurally generates metals for their properties, and you think that that's pretty neat, but not for you. There is a Dwarf Fortress plugin that will generate you a bunch of unique medicals with magical properties, which is probably what you're talking about. Before World Gen, so that you can have, like, I don't know, mithrite or I don't know, anatonite or some shit. Various, like, random, like, non-existent metals that can, like, give dwarves the equivalent of, like, a force push. Anyway, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. All right, Amost. Consider this situation discussed. There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? I would assume still metal, right? Brass, steel, black bronze, rose gold, platinum, iron. Don't need silver, but copper and bronze will take. It's a quarter as dense as the sun? Oh, you mean the stuff that's, like, on the ground in hell? A quarter as dense as the sun. So I'm gonna pretend I know how dense the sun is. That's really dense, yeah? Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsdwarf ship. So all that what you're saying is all we need is dragon fire that's as dense as the stones from hell. And we'll have a sun, basically. Interesting. Cybrek Wendigo says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. All right, we made it through. That's the trading dialogue. Oop. I mean, I could dig too deep today. I just kind of have no intentions of it. You know, I'm currently feeling that probably what happened in that fight was a ghost possessed one of those poets. That's my current feel. Oh, also nobody's constructed those yet. The dwarves coming from the lower layers? Looks like it. Are they also coming from the upper layers? I mean, this is a big and busy fort that's had quite a bit of death in it, so. Yeah, they are pretty, quite a large number of, you know, slabs and whatnot. Hopefully we'll get a goblin siege so that I can show you guys the water cannons. So what have you been up to these past few months, General Grub? Because it has been a while. It's interesting, like, there's, it's always like a bit of a family reunion every time I have Tarn on. Like, Zach or Tarn joins the stream, and then it's just like, everybody just kind of shows up. We all just hang out. Good time. You've been playing DF during slow days at work a lot? Anything exciting happen recently? At work or at in the fort? Because I've just been doom scrolling more than any human should. Too bad baby cave dragons take so long to grow. Are baby cave dragons not born full grown? Or am I confusing those with hydras? Because I know hydras... I'm probably confusing them with hydras. I know that, like, dragons take a long time to grow. I've never actually been in a situation where I've had... Sorry, I need to change the subject very, very, very dramatically. No, this is not about war, don't worry. This is the dumbest product pitch I've ever seen. It's for VR. I would fall over and die. Just gonna say that. Damn, you are thick. Obviously, you know, like, it's unfinished, but they're just like, this is like robotic tiles to create an immersive VR and AR experience by intelligent engineering, virtual reality, coming soon, work in progress, prototype, and it's like, that looks really dangerous. That's my take on that. Hungry Head is fighting with Forgotten Beast. Oh. You didn't die yet? I mean, it's composed of snow. How have you not died yet? Snow beasts never live this long. That's ridiculous. How in the world have you not just gone poof yet? Oh, there you go. You fought with the hungry head, and I think it killed the hungry head. Yeah, but the hungry head bites the Forgotten Beast in the left foot, breaking away a piece of the tissue. And the force bends the front leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So it bit its leg off. All right, well, that thing's not going to live too long. That thing showed up right at the end of the last stream I did of this fort, and it's like, oh, it's made of snow. Okay, it's going to die to a troglodyte. No worries. I'll just leave that one. Whenever a Forgotten Beast is made of snow, it's like, well, you might as well not exist. Imagine just having your entire existence written off based on the fact that you're made out of a material that's too delicate. It's like, you'll just fall apart. It's fine. This is why I would never get recruited into the military, because they'd take one look at me and go, pfft. You'd get looked at and you'd go just keel over. What was I talking about? Right. Baby cave dragons. They're adults, but they're tiny. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, I've never messed with, Cave dragons are one of the creatures in Dwarf Fortress that I've never actually seen in-game. I've never once seen a, I've never actually seen a cave dragon in Dwarf. I've seen a couple of dragons and various other creatures, but I've never once seen a cave dragon. They only spawn on the third cave layer. It took you about 20 years to catch a pair. Yeah, but like, I've been in multiple forts for quite long periods of time with the third layer active, and I've never seen them. So it's like, I don't know. It's strange. I feel like I should have seen them by this point, but I haven't. See how much they still have to bring. Oh, actually not. Never mind. Actually not that much stuff. Actually not that much more stuff. I would say that werewolves are probably the rarest creature in Dwarf Fortress, though. At least from my experience. Because it's quite likely that you will generate worlds that can't even have them. Yeah, werewolves. Shadow Apex. Also, hello, Shadow Apex. You did have your military training in the third cavern layer, so they'd kill off creatures and creatures and ended up the spawns. Yeah, I like to not have my military training in the third cavern layer. I find that to be kind of dangerous, but maybe I should do that with this fort. Actually, no, we could just do that. As like, I could pretty easily just dig out this spot right here. But creature, the problem is Crundles. Crundles are hilarious because they are prime evil. They are absolutely horrifically evil creatures that are the most non-concern. But at the same time, like, also very much a concern. But yeah, the reason the reason werewolves come up in Dwarf Fortress is because I've actually seen a werewolf. There's just so many. Yeah, there's either like unlimited Crundles or none. If you can tame them, yeah, they're very efficient egg layers. The problem is taming them. So open the front door now. Let's close the drains. And open the front door. Have they started building the coffins yet? Yes, they have. You caged off all of the routes and the dwarves are expert Grundle trainers by now? I mean, maybe we should try and do that. Just like, maybe the next fort I do in this world will just be in a third cavern layer fort. The thing about this world is it's really shallow. It's only about 30 Z levels from underground to the magma sea. This is a very shallow world because we did some advanced world gen stuff. So doing a third layer cavern fort would be 100% doable. Would absolutely be doable. Let's see if any more of those got claimed. Nope, okay. Bunch of dwarves running down into here. I do wonder how deep that water is. But should be safe. Also, Magna, hello. I hope you're doing well. You're in a But yeah, Crundles are excellent little egg layers. You can actually get by very easily by just having the caverns as your food and everything source. Like, you can completely function in caverns. I kind of wish that something I wish that the player could do is if you'd already had a fort in a world, or maybe even just as your first fort as like an advanced option or something. I kind of wish that embarking into the caverns specifically was not a DF hack feature. Just because I love the concept of deep forts. My feet are cold. Socks. I love the concept of deep forts, and I really wish that we could just build cavern layer forts on a highway underground. I think that would be super cool. Doing good, having a chill day. You feel the antidepressants make you not want to game as much as usual. Okay, that's a bad thing. Taking breaks from one kind of online entertainment for a different kind of online entertainment can be good. But yeah, we're just hanging out until 3, basically. Although I think I'm going to hang out until about 2, and then I'm going to go get lunch. And then we're going to hang out until about 3. Although the last time Tarn joined me on stream, we actually started a few minutes early. So there's a bunch of enemy goblins just like hanging out on this little island in the middle of the river because they would have drowned. But fortunately for them, I guess, I, you know, built them an island that they were able to swim to. So they're just like on that now. So there's just goblins in the middle of my river, which I feel is suboptimal, but right, so some of those coffins did get claimed. That's good. And the dwarves are leaving. We were able to clean out a lot of stuff, which is good. Definitely feel better mentally for it, and you're willing to get off the computer and do things like chores and take walks. You see, I would be taking more walks, but I haven't been taking walks. And the reason I haven't been taking walks is because every time I'm like, you know what, I could go for a walk. A walk sounds nice. I look outside and it's pouring rain. I'm like, you know what, a walk doesn't sound nice right now. So weather has not been very conducive to walking as of late. It's been like either cold and windy as all hell, or torrential downpours. Those are the 2 weathers we've had recently. I'm sorry, what? Apparently what? The engraver's been missing for a week? Something happened to wait, what? Check bedrooms. Maybe we got a vampire. A lot of mysterious deaths in the fort as of late. Don't see any dead dwarves down here. Huh. Yeah, no idea. But we've got a dwarf that's missing. I didn't see any, but I'll check again. I see a few sleeping. Like there's some sleeping children, but they're all sleeping. I don't see any red backgrounds. Like this, like none of these are dead. They're just sleeping. This one's sleeping. Yeah, they're just sleeping. I don't see any dead in the bedrooms. Regardless, though, there is a dwarf missing somewhere in the fortress. You're kind of a novice in DF, and you always get lost when you have 20 plus something dwarves to manage. If there was no stockpiling and constructing, they wouldn't do any jobs. They wouldn't do any jobs, or are they If there were no stockpiling constructing, they wouldn't do any jobs they are accustomed to. Is that normal? What do you mean by accustomed to? You have to assign the dwarves to do jobs, unless you have auto labor, which is a DF hack feature. Like, you have to select a dwarf, and then hit L to go to the labor screen and give them labor. Or alternatively, you have to give them labor via, like, dwarf therapist or something. No buildings have central air here. So people die in the summer when it gets too hot. Last year was abnormal, but it's probably going to be normal going forward. The hottest it got last summer was 46 degrees Celsius, and like 700 people died in my city because of it. So do we have AC? Nobody has built-in AC. I have a portable AC unit, which I bought in 2015, which is on its last legs. And I don't really want to buy a new one if I don't have to. Some of the newest, most expensive buildings have AC, but mine doesn't have any central air. But a normal summer temperature is like 28 degrees Celsius. And if it gets hotter than that, it gets unpleasantly hot. Even that's like unpleasantly hot for me. If it's like above 22 outside, I don't really want to go outside because it's too hot. But yeah, there's a reason why my power bill goes from like $40 bi-monthly in the winter to like $270 bi-monthly in the summer. It's because of like me running my AC, and I hate it. But I need it to not die because high temperatures fuck with my blood sugar because I sweat a lot more. But yeah, I'm not sure I really understand, Epic, the question. In regards to dwarves not doing any jobs they're accustomed to. Dwarves only do jobs that they're assigned to do, unless you have auto labor turned on. Yeah, I mean, like, if it's 30 plus outside, if I don't have my air conditioner turned on, it's close to 40 inside here because my apartment is designed to keep heat in because it gets cold in the winter. You know, it was minus 15 2 days ago. Like, when you live somewhere where it gets cold, housing is generally designed to keep heat in. In Quebec, eastern side of Canada, it regularly hits 25C plus with a few heat waves going around 30 to 35C for humidity, and it often gets really humid as well. Yeah, we don't generally get high humidity. That's rare here. But yeah, no, I mean, the rising temperatures here are becoming more and more obvious every year, and they're becoming more and more depressing every year because it's killing our local wildlife and flora and fauna. It's just like, you fucking drives me nuts. I hate it. I went for a hike last summer on one of the hotter, I think it was like the second hottest day of the year, which was okay. We survived. We had lots of water, and we were right next to a cold lake, so whenever we got too hot, we just would stick our feet in the lake or stick our heads in the lake, so it was okay. But we could hear the ravens screaming because their young were dying because it was so hot. Like, there's a point where for ravens, if it gets above about 41 degrees Celsius, because they nest in the old growth forests so high up, they can't actually bring water to their young fast enough to keep them alive. They just die of dehydration. So if you like ravens, stop global warming because they're going to go away. 2 rough amethysts, diorites, giant snail leather, 2 rough amethysts, silver bars, 2 avocado wood logs, Pamela wood logs, all in a craft store shop. You've meant when migrants join, they have fancy jobs next to them in the units list? Sure. You kind of feel overwhelmed by the variety of these labors. So here's the thing, right? A dwarf is not restricted to that labor, right? A dwarf is simply labeled by the skill that they are best at, right? So just as an example, this dwarf is a ranger, right? Because that is their most advanced skill. But currently they're extracting metal strands, which is a completely different job. That is just their best skill. That is the skill that they are best at. So they are filtered into categories based on the skill that they are best at, but they can do any job. If you just select a dwarf and then hit P and then hit L, you'll see a list of all of the jobs and the ones that they're currently assigned to. And then you hit plus and minus on the numpad to scroll through those jobs. Or if you're using Dwarf Therapist, you select the new dwarves and it'll show you a grid of their jobs. I'm not using Dwarf Therapist, but that's the other way to do it. So when you get a migrant wave, you hit V, select the dwarf, see what jobs they're doing, and if they're doing jobs that you don't need at the time, you have to give them new jobs. I usually just, when a migrant wave happens, just hit V, and then as they come in one at a time, go, all right, well, I need more masons. Select more masons. All right, well, I need more metalsmiths. Give them more metalsmithing jobs. Or You could theoretically just give all of the dwarves all of the jobs, but then stuff won't get done very efficiently because like fishing is weirdly time consuming, just as an example. So just remember, you're not doing something wrong if they're doing their original jobs. Their original jobs are the things that they are skilled at is just simply based on what place they came from. You can literally give any dwarf any job and they generally won't care. Some dwarves are pickier, but I wouldn't worry about that as a new player. Just, if you need a job done, select a dwarf from the list and give them that job and make them go do it. Don't feel bad about it. They are pretty... As long as dwarves have their allotment of alcohol, a few friends around, and a food supply, and a bed to sleep in, the job that they are doing doesn't matter that much. I mean, it matters a little bit, but it's not... Your fort's not going to, like, keel over and die. I mean, fishing is fine. Fishing is a great food source. It's just... I don't like when dwarves go fishing. Fishing's illegal. You just randomly pick a dwarf and assign them a job when they feel like it. Yeah, I mean, like, we're going to be talking with Tarn later today, and one of the questions that I have to ask him, because a bunch of people asked about this, is if there will be any kind of official auto-labor option. Nordorf therapist, only therapists are... I mean, fair enough. Just honestly, if you need a job, like, let's just say right now we really need a metalsmith. Just select the nearest dwarf, scroll down to metalsmithing, press enter, and then just be like, all right, well, let's give you blacksmithing. And we have another blacksmith. Don't be worried about letting them keep their original jobs. Don't be worried about any of that. And also, if you find having large numbers of dwarves overwhelming, something that I recommend doing in some earlier forts, like while you're learning the game, is go into the init files. It's not too hard to find. And set your dwarven population. I could show you where it is if you want. Set your population down from 200 down to like 40. And just learn to manage a couple of dwarves, because then once you realize how flexible dwarves can be, it gets a lot easier to manage the bigger forts. 15 dwarves is enough to have fun. Yeah, 15 dwarves in the smallest possible map size is more than enough, and you can have a good time. You can have a good time with 3 dwarves. Melville, the farmer, has created Lazarzis, a Pamela wood bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Uzal Archward. I don't like that artifact. That's a very boring artifact. But let's take a peek. It's worth 115,200 Zethal, and it's called Potter. Wait, what? No, patterned branded, not pottered brand. I read that as Potter Ned branded. I was like, what the heck? No, it's patterned branded. Patterned branded. That's a hard thing to say. This is a Pamela wood bracelet. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rose-cut amethysts and decorated with Pamela wood and encircled with bands of avocado wood and round brilliant cut amethysts. This object, of course, menaces with spikes of avocado wood, silver, and diorite, and amethyst. On the item is an image of Einod, Channel Robust, the dwarf in amethyst. On the item is an image of Urist, polished keys, the dwarf in giant snail leather. It damn well should be. Not intentionally, but yeah. Also made crafts out of their bones and shirts out of their leather. For some reason, I find, like, unicorn soap way funnier than Forgotten Beast soap. But yes, I've definitely been making soap when we've had a lot of Forgotten Beast tallow around. I mean, what kind of soap's in this fort right now? Let's see. We got monitor lizard soap, chicken soap. Chicken soap is very funny sounding to me. I don't know why. Let's see, what else do we have? We have, of course, threads, various threads. More monitor lizard soap. Yeah, it seems to be like monitor lizard soap and chicken soap for it. Oh, are tickets not accumulating? Yep, it appears that they are no longer accumulating. I wonder if the hours are no longer accumulating. I mean, Twitch did do their best to kill my bot. I'm literally just waiting on one of the people who knows how to program who watches this stream to give me, because I've got a few people who've said that they can do it, but I'm not paying anybody, so just waiting for one of a few people to make a new plugin so I can swap over to a new bot. Makes me so sad, but not much I can do because I can't program, so. And I have to keep using this bot for sound commands. Because people pay me for those. I have to make sure that they work. I don't need somebody to do a Twitch bot. I need a plugin for a pre-existing Twitch bot, but that's fine. I can figure that stuff out off stream. I just ideally want the same functionality as my current bot, which is just not an option, unfortunately. You know, some people, once you say that eat cats and dogs, but nothing is really sacred in DF. That's not true. Things are sacred in DF. Cannibalism is not something dwarves will do, even like no matter how bad the desperation gets. That is absolutely not true that nothing is sacred. They just don't have the same beliefs in domestic animals as we do. Those numbers, you just want to have a prosper for fair, you know? I don't know why playing as humans would be nice or an exclusive experience, but if you're learning the game, I don't recommend playing non-vanilla races. I will say that. You're not using like Masterwork or something silly, are you? It's not too hard to do, but I don't know. If you're learning the game, I recommend just playing as dwarves because they are the most able and up-to-date of characters. Playable races in this game. Let's go hit these guys. Oh, I already queued up one. Wood is sacred when working with the elves, yes. I would say trees are pretty sacred on Earth too, but people just don't understand. Fortunately, it's super easy to just filter out wooden stuff. Well, I mean, murder is a legal right in goblin civilizations, so naturally. Anonymous. What's wrong with that one dwarf? You're going to need to be a little bit more descriptive than that. Just a little bit more descriptive. Which one dwarf are you speaking? You mean these? Like, are you talking about the white X's that keep flashing? Like, are you referring to like this? So I learned something about Dwarf Fortress in this map. See if there's any on the map right now that I can show you. No, not currently. So if you ever see cave blobs in Dwarf Fort, cave blobs, when they die, they give off a gas, like they into a little white gas, as well as spewing cave blob liquid everywhere. Anyway, that gas, if dwarves inhale it, it gives them a fever. This goes for any sentient creature. Gives them a fever. This icon, which is an icon that I've never seen outside of this fortress, is the icon that they get when they have a fever. This cat has a fever. This dwarf has a fever. It's not deathly, and it's not, like, debilitating. It won't kill them. But it does give them some, like, accuracy and speed debuffs. So, yeah, we are dealing with the dwarves all being sick, which is funny, because I had a whole squad in this fort die after fighting with a forgotten beast that had poisonous vapors that gave them all a fever, and then they all killed over and died, so... Yeah, for the dwarves, the fevers kind of come and go, but for the kitty, it's because animals don't heal in DF, they just kind of get sick, and then they just remain sick for all eternity. You didn't even know that there are cave blobs? You know, every now and again, I'll be like, serial, every now and again, I'll be like reading a dwarf's description, and it'll be like, they like this animal for this reason, or this thing for this reason. And my response half the time is, there's that animal in this game? Like, oh, when did that happen recently? I want to say I discovered gorillas were in Dwarf Fortress that way. It was just like, a dwarf likes gorillas for this reason. I was like, there are gorillas in Dwarf Fortress? I had a similar thing happen when I was just like, this dwarf likes... Yeah, there's gorillas in Dwarf Fortress, apparently. Apparently. When I find one, Animo. Yeah, there are whales in Dwarf Fortress. I've seen a mako shark once. But yeah, no, the largest creature in Dwarf Fortress is a blue whale, I think. Yeah, I saw a mako shark once, which was just like swimming around on my map. And occasionally it would like basically do the old carp thing where it would like jump out of the water and attack my dwarves and fall back into the water. It was very strange. Giant sperm whale you think is the giantest of them all? Yeah, that checks out. There's also creeping eyes and whatnot. This forgotten beast should be dead. I don't care, man. You're made out of fucking snow. How have these pathetic little water creatures not killed you yet? Considering, like, you just jumped into the water and stuff just fell off of you. Like, also, look at all these creeping eyes. These little E's. Small underground monster that crawls across the cavern wall. It has four-clawed hands and a single large eye, which can shine with its own light. Otherwise, its stony skin blends in with the rock. It has no mouth, and it is said to feed on evil alone. They just hang out. They're pretty chill. The creeping eyes. They just hang out and scare dwarves. That's basically all they do. They just exist to, like... They're kind of like Monsters, Inc., except instead of, like, getting electricity from fear, they just get personal gratification and sustenance out of fear. Pretty chill bunch, really. So, I guess this is just all screwed up, then. Never thought about bigger playstyle differences when choosing humans? Good idea to return to your bearded brethren. I would honestly, like, if you're playing Dwarf Fortress for the first time, just remember, or like or you're still what I would describe as learning Dwarf Fortress, dwarves are the only race that is developed enough to be considered playable, right? So yes, with the changes of a couple of raws, you could have a fortress of kobolds. Kobolds can't dig and can't equip most gear. with a few changes of your raws, you could play as elves, but you can't construct anything. You could play as goblins, but they don't need to eat or drink. So like every faction that you play as that's not dwarves, you're missing some pretty major mechanics. So I would like yes, you can do that. But at that point you're gonna learn some bad habits, most likely. So I don't know. I just say be careful with doing that. Goblins can't form squads either. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. But and if you do want to play other races, then you kind of want to get into modding DF. Although something funny that was pointed out in the Future of the Fortress post the other day, all humans have the same hairstyle unless they happen to be raised with dwarves or by dwarves. And this is now very obvious because we have procedurally generated like sprites that go along with the visual description of the character, which means all of the humans have the same haircut unless they happen to be raised with dwarves, which is amazingly funny. Something I never would have thought of, ever. I played a Goblin Fortress for Christmas, Hazaza, using the holiday mod that one of the members in chat made. Issue with that mod, or issue with playing goblins in general, is they don't need to eat or drink, but that mod made them functional. Use the vanilla goblins? Gotcha. Yeah, that mod at least made them functional. Man, a record that I really want to order has been reissued, but I don't have the budget right now. Also, that's an expensive record. Yeah, that's like an 80. Buying that. Cool. Reportedly, Ukraine's largest warship, which is a Class 3 frigate, is sinking. That's cool. It's underwater. Scuttled. Kaput. That's fun. You're working on your own little happy goblins that you can play, and they will be small, weak, and cute, and die if you look at them wrong. Are you confusing goblins with kobolds? Because I'll be honest with you, I would love a functional kobold fortress. It's like, maybe they can't make blocks out of anything, and they can only, like, dig. It's like they can't replace anything. Maybe, like, they could, like, board things up with wood, but that's about it. I would really like a kobold fortress. I think that would be a lot of fun. Kobold inspired, you would say? Gotcha. Or maybe you can make them like pygmy goblins. So they're like abnormally small and wimpy goblins. Okay, I almost squished somebody, but that's fine. I didn't squish them. It's good. Pygmy gobbos. Maybe make them all pink or something. More like Warhammer Fantasy snotlings. Okay, fair enough. So like a pygmy goblin. Like the thing that doesn't exist that I just made up. Also, we got a mission report. So we raided Complex Sin again. There was 20 things there. Apparently, we slipped in undetected, and we stole treasure. I was trying to raid it, not sneak in and steal treasure. I don't care about your goddamn treasure. Raise and openly attack and pillage. Please. Murder it. Remove them. What, pygmy goblin? Well, I'm mostly thinking of like pygmy shrews. Which are like the size of your thumb. I've thought about installing those mods that add in orcs, not as playable races, but just like as a more threatening adversary. Pygmy marmosets. I'm just gonna say this word out loud. Pygmy hedgehog. Because you all know that's something you want to see pictures of. And yes, they're adorable. Shrew goblin? Chat, we need a good name for tiny goblins. Like, what's a good name for a supposed mini goblin? That definitely doesn't exist right now. But I'm just saying. Mallory. Hobbits! Come on. Don't be mean to hobbits like that. Don't be mean to hobbits like that. Goblet. I can't. Okay, so I have a problem with that. I have a hard time reading that without reading it as, like, goblate. I know that that's an E, not an A, but that's what it looks like to me. Goblets. Miblin. It's a Miblin. Miblin sounds like a Ritz cracker competitor. It's a Miblin. You're gonna have a Niblin on your Miblin. Gonna have him. Not even gonna try. Pygmy marmosets were your favorite thing to hang out with when you worked at the zoo, or maybe the Golden Lion tamarins. The Golden Lion tamarins? I can't think about Golden Lion tamarins without thinking of Tarn talking about Golden Lion tamarins. I was in a chat last night because one John Romero, you know, little indie game developer, made this little indie franchise called Doom. Or was one of the founding fathers of the indie franchise Doom. Microsoft's Doom. Anyway, he put out a level for Doom 2, which can be purchased at Romero.com. So if you happen to own Doom 2, you can purchase a you can purchase a copy of his newest level for Doom 2 and for €5, and the money goes to relief efforts in well, the fact this is a fucking Squarespace website, and the money goes to relief efforts in Ukraine. But anyway, he tweeted that out yesterday, and then almost immediately tweeted out somebody who was streaming it. Here, this is the link that I'm looking for. That's the link. It is Romero.com. Anyway, yeah, this. One Humanity, Doom 2 level. And he's donating all of the proceeds from this WAD file to Ukraine relief. Anyway, so when he did this, he then went and started tweeting out small streams last night. So I was just like watching people stream his new levels and then watching him backseat people. Imagine just like playing a Doom level and then just having John Romero in your chat just telling you, take a left, buy the explodey barrel, and there's a secret right there. Just go right there, and there's a secret. Just take a left. There's a secret. There's BFG rounds right there if you slow down a little bit. It's very funny. I'm trying to think of like game developers I would let backseat in my stream. It's like I let Epion backseat me. I would let John Romero backseat my stream. Of all of the people in the world that I would let backseat game, if I were to stream a Doom 2 level, I'd be okay with John being like, "Doi, take a left. Take a left at the sign." I love the fact that he's still making levels for Doom 2. After all this time, the man's still at it. All that red, it's all mud. Don't get too excited. Although a lot of goblins have died in this tunnel. They've all drowned in this tunnel. Tunnel. Hey, Erman, how's things? He sounds kind of like an excited teen, eager to have people partake in his pet project. I mean, I posted this screenshot on Discord yesterday. People need Doom. Or he said people need help. Doom can help. And there's a secret on that ledge, by the way. Yeah, I was just watching him yesterday for a good couple hours, just backseating people in different streams. Twitch makes the world feel so much smaller, I'll say that. You have a mod called All Races Playable, and you just read the README file, and now you see what things you're missing by playing as humans. One of them is alcoholism. Yeah, like, humans will just drink water, and they're totally okay with just drinking water. Dwarves need alcohol, so you're kind of like... I mean, you're playing the game sort of in easy mode, but also there's the issue where dwarves don't get unhappy if they're underground a lot. Humans get unhappy if they're underground a lot, so you have to build above ground, which makes the game harder. I don't know. Like, there's no reason with just playing as humans. Or there's no issue with just playing as humans. Like, you can absolutely do that and enjoy the game, but I'd recommend doing that once you're familiar with all of the mechanics in the game. I always recommend that, like, with games like Dwarf Fortress, don't start by modding Dwarf Fortress. Start by just playing the game. Once you've played it for a while, then start modding it. Because you'll just get more out of it that way. Let's just dump all of this clothing. Don't need any of it. Got all the goblinite we need. But yeah, no. Twitch chat just makes me realize just how small the world is. You wanted to play with a Pokemon mod pack a while back? I mean, the Dwarf Fortress Pokemon mod pack? I don't remember what that one even does. Yeah, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is not a game that I recommend modding initially, because the Dwarf Fortress, like, mods have, like, this isn't a negative thing, right? Mods have this habit and tendency of making things more obtuse. Because you have a bunch of mechanics... Like for a lot of modded projects, right? You'll end up with a handful or a bunch of mechanics that are just there that aren't normally present and makes the game trickier. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that needs to be any more obtuse than it already is. Merchant Brigade, for whatever it's worth, there is a Pokemon mod for Dwarf Fortress. There is a Mushroom Kingdom Mario Brothers mod for Dwarf Fortress. There is a Star Wars mod for Dwarf Fortress. There is a dark sci-fi mod for Dwarf Fortress, and there's a My Little Pony mod for Dwarf Fortress. And the beauty of Dwarf Fortress modding is you could theoretically have all of those at the same time. So you could, also the one that lets you play as Goku, yeah. So theoretically, you could put all of those into the same world and have Star Wars, Pokemon, Super Mario Brothers, My Little Pony, and play as Goku in adventure mode and run around firing spirit bombs at everybody. Dwarf Fortress is a very versatile game. And that's just off the top of my head of the ones that I'm familiar with. So, you know, it's a very versatile game. Only Dwarf Fortress is capable of accurately writing the clusterfuck of a crossover. Only Dwarf Fortress is capable of having that maniacal a clusterfuck of a crossover. I'm trying to think of where I was going to go with that. I don't know. Maybe not only Dwarf Fortress. Like, other games can do that. Dwarf Fortress just somehow makes it feel coherent. That's what I was looking for. Naturally. Animal. Someone just needs to add, like, a WWE mod so that you can just be, like, in your fortress and then suddenly it's just, like, Macho Man shows up and just he's screaming, oh, yeah. Oh, the best part about the Star Wars mod, by the way, is one of the Titan types in the Star Wars mod is just an AT-AT. Theoretically, in the Star Wars mod, if you were an adventurer running around, you could find an AT-AT hiding in a lair, in a cave, underground, in a pile of bones. Forgotten Beast. John Cena. You know why you will fear in the night. I mean, possible. Wrestling with a Rattata. One of the first things I saw when I was playing the Mushroom Kingdom mod is I had a wild Yoshi running off the edge of the map and eat the arm off of one of my toads, because we were playing as toads, like the little mushroom dudes, and literally a Yoshi just came in and fired its tongue out and ripped the arm off of one of them and ate it. So, also, apparently there's, like, magical powers and you can, like, summon earthquakes and shit in that mod. I never got that far into that mod, but there's some things in that. The problem with the Mushroom Kingdom mod, though, is it hasn't been updated since, like, 2014, so it kind of just breaks a lot of the time. Toad screaming noises? Yeah. Also, you guys like Lego, right? Do you guys also like Outer Wilds? Because if you like both of those things, I got something for you. Pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. You know, Lego creators never stop impressing me. It probably will never exist, but all I have to say is that if it gets to 10,000 official supporters, it'll get reviewed. But what's it at right now? 1,277 supporters. Just sign into your Lego account and then click the support button. Huh. Apologies for world news, chat, but RT America is ceasing its productions and laying off its staff. Is that just like, hold on. Are you saying that you can play deathmatch with John Romero for a day for 6,000 euros? Is that what that is? I'd be willing to bet John Romero would kick my ass would kick my ass at Doom Deathmatch. Pretty certain of that. Pretty sure he would demolish me. Also, a mission report from that last mission that I sent the dwarves out on. The Crimson Pulley attacked the polished Dread at the Height of Praises, and the defenders were led by the goblin Kovos. The dwarf Besmir outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. There was only 20 of them, which means there's more of us. Although I think that there's a lot, and I do mean a lot, of, oh, never mind. I was going to say, I think that there's a lot of trolls here, but doesn't seem to be. Maybe we killed all of them. The dwarves searched Complex Sin and found nothing. But that's not what I wanted you to do. I wanted you to raise it. Well, alright. We'll just assume that that one's not going to get risen. Let's go elsewhere. Let's go up here. We're going to attempt to raise another goblin fort. Goblin pit, rather. More of the, gee, that sounds serious means Russia must be in it for the long haul kind of things like that you hear about. The more I think each one of them is just meant to be to be a scare tactic to get people just to think that. I don't see how Russia could feasibly be in it for the long haul without a revolution happening. So, event takes place from 10 a.m. to midnight in Galloway in Ireland. Regularly ranked one of the top tourist cities. Oh, so you actually, like, go to Ireland is what you're saying. John Romero is there the entire time. Odds are high. It will go into the wee hours. John is professional level at Doom and Doom 2 and Quake. Up to 10 people. Bring your own PC. So literally, like, you can just, like, have a LAN party with John Romero for money. That's kind of great. Okay, hold on a second. Why are you in a cage? What? Somehow, okay. This is not an invader. This is a dwarf, an intelligent undead dwarf, who was in prison in my fort, is now in a cage. This cage is not constructed and not assigned to be used as part of the prison, but they put it in a cage. Huh. That is interesting. Also, apparently we have a bunch of disorderly conducts. Oh. So, do you remember all those people that died in the fort earlier? I figured out who did it. It was this human criminal. They went insane and died in the fighting. So apparently there was that human criminal who was like trying to steal my artifacts, went insane in prison, went berserk, and is what attacked everybody, which is what caused a bunch of people to die, and died in the fighting. That answers that question. You wonder if magic in upcoming updates will resemble magic from mods in a larger capacity. My knee-jerk reaction is I doubt it. You also want to have a conversation with deities in adventure mode. You just want to ask them for any troubles, service, or accuse them of being a night creature. I just want to tell them a joke and then brag about my my violent escapades. Although wouldn't having a conversation with a deity just be like having a conversation with a deity in real life where you're just like, hello, person I can't see? How are you today? Fine, thank you. Moving on with my life now. I feel like it would go about the same as that. Sure, why not? 7 out of 15 wafers. I will just say this. When it comes to myths and magic, don't speculate too much. And it's probably not going to be what you expect. I've heard Tarn talk enough about it. It's probably not what you expect. So, and also, don't get your hopes too high. So one thing I like to remind people about Dwarf Fortress, and this sounds kind of mean, but this is just as somebody who plays this game a lot. Dwarf Fortress has a lot in common with No Man's Sky. The difference is, and Star Citizen to a degree. The difference is, I mean, it's already available in VR. Just use virtual desktop. Silly. Also, I think Armok Vision has a VR plugin. Anyway. The major difference that it has between Star Citizen and those games that have bad reputations for never being finished is the community is actually patient enough for stuff to get finished. And we give Tarn the amount of time that he needs to finish stuff. So, play the game as it is right now, mod it to your heart's content, and enjoy it for what it is. Don't worry too much about features from patches that we probably won't see for 5+ years. Which is why I don't really speculate or get excited or worry about Myths and Magic much. Or even Villains, which is an update that's going to be finished before that. Because I don't think we're even going to see Villains until at least 2023 or 24, let alone Magic, which probably won't be out until like 2026, 28. So I just don't even worry about it. Sure, Pocket Dread. But the way the game is being developed is very similar, right? Everybody gets mad at Sean Murray for talking about what he dreams his game would be like. Nobody gets mad at Tarn for talking about what he dreams his game would be like. And what we're talking about when it comes to things like Myth and Magic, in a lot of cases, is speculation and dreams. And yeah, this might be possible. Will it in practicality? Myths and Magic is more about generating the world, less about mechanics. At least that's what he's talked about in the past. So I just don't worry about it. Don't overhype yourself. Just enjoy the game as it is right now. And when we hear about information, we can speculate. That's my approach, though. You do what you want. The Forgotten Beast has come. A gigantic feathered earthworm. It has a spiral shell and it undulates rhythmically. I mean, it is a worm. Its aqua feathers are long and broad. Beware its deadly spittle. There's a Drathla there. Okay, this is the uppermost cavern layer, I think, yeah? Yeah, this is the uppermost one. I mean, we could dig down here. Why not? Let's just not dig through that last bit up at the end there. I hope you realize what I mean when I'm saying that. I don't mean it in a bad way. That Dwarf Fortress shares something in common. I think that games that are perpetually developed are a good thing, largely in the industry. And I think that it allows for a lot of really interesting creativity and innovation. And I don't think that we should get mad at devs for trying to do that. However, I do think that it is important to keep your expectations reasonable. Otherwise, you will inevitably be disappointed. Seeing other communities badgering the devs is a low-key pet peeve of mine. How Mountain Blade's fan base is particularly annoying. I mean, Mountain Blade is very comparable to Dwarf Fortress in its insanity, right? Like, it's an extremely ambitious game. And the previous one was also extremely ambitious. And it's like, what, largely, like, just, like, not even a dozen people worked on that game. Like, it's an extremely small team. And that community is just, like, harasses them to no end. It's like, come on, fuck off. just let them work on their thing. They'll get it done eventually. And when they get it done, they'll give it to you. And that's why I like the Dwarf Fortress community so much, is because we're patient. But one of my biggest concerns about the premium release is I think that patience might wane a little bit. Which is why I think like getting super excited about things, as even though excitement can be a good thing, I think could be a concern for their future. Because if you ask Tarn about any of this stuff, like, will it be runic magic? Like, the response is almost always going to be maybe. Because everything is always a work in progress and everything is always an option. That's just the way the game is. Uh-oh. Well, what has become a ghostly engraver? Still actually don't know how What died. I don't think we ever did find his body. What the fuck is that? Chat, they spell boog. Ostriches. Oh, I got a bunch of ostriches. Okay. Apparently. Well, that worm just murdered that forgotten beast. How good is this squad? Yeah, they're all hammer dwarves. Yeah, we can make this work. Let's just let these dwarves dig all the way up. And to be clear, I'm not knocking Dwarf Fortress for being a perpetually developed, ambitious game. I'm just saying, be careful. Yep, which is what I'm worried about. Which is why I'm reminding people that we need to keep your development time and expectations balanced, Tycho. Also, how you doing, man? Things are scary over there right now. Not that that's really much of a difference from like earlier in the week, but might we feast on worm? Hopefully. Although this cavern layer is a little wet. It's a little wet. It's not supposed to be this wet. It's a little wet because I keep dumping water into here. What? Let's just do it this way. Get them down here. Okay, so worm is right there. It has a shell equipped. Chat, can I get a round of beers for these dwarves about to go into battle? First dwarf is Goden. What do you have equipped, Goden? You've got a copper cap. Excellent. Silver warhammer and an iron shield. Cool. And chain leggings. At least you have a weapon. The worm is coming towards us. To bottle! To bottle! I mean, to the bottom of the bottle. Let's just tell them to go do the smacky of the thingy thing. Smack them! Once again, this is, of course, a gigantic feathered earthworm. It has a spiral shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its aqua feathers are long and broad. Beware its deadly spit. And, okay. First dwarf in combat is Goden, and he bites it. A little bit, excitable there, I guess. Bruise the fat, and then says, has the tide turned? I laugh in the face of death. I mean, you bit the fucking thing, so I don't blame you. The wrestler then punches it in the mouth with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Literally, okay, imagine just like you walk into a cave and there's a giant worm. You walk up to it and fucking bite it. And then you punch it in the jaw and then shout at it. And then the wrestler bashes the forgotten beast in the shell with her silver worm hammer, bruising it. Well, good for you, Dwarf. Let's move a couple turns forward. Right, looks like it fired another thing of spittle, which hit the wall. It seems to have missed. This hammer dwarf dodges the flying infinite forgotten beast extract, and then bashed the forgotten beast in the shell with her warhammer, bruising it. And then the forgotten beast charges at the hammer dwarf, but she jumps away. It's a worm. I'm sure it can't move too fast. And it appears to be dead. Hammer Dwarf bashes the forgotten beast in the body. with his warhammer, and it bruises the muscle and bruises the brain. And Hammer Dwarf says, "I cannot just stand by. There is no need to feel vengeful." Glorious. Well done. Well done. Well done, Dwarf. Well done. And also, we got spoils report for that local mission. Pausing game. Your parents are driving you nuts. They are obsessed with guilt of not persuading you to move out of the country earlier. It's really bad for your nerves. This is it? It's scary to say this, but like nerves are the least of your worries. But no, I understand that. At least like largely your city's been quiet from what I can tell. I mean, still just like staring at shit from here. So once again, the dwarf Besmir Girder City led the attack, and once again, Besmir outmatched the goblin. And looks like the human Dolok Berryblood's upper left tooth was torn off by the dwarf Ubal Pink Fluffy Llama. So Pink Fluffy Llama tore a tooth out of a human. Apparently. I keep hoping that something's gonna good or productive is gonna come out of the talks that they keep having, but it's like, what are even the point? What's even the point? Like nothing keeps happening. Something needs to happen. Apparently Reddit bans links to Russian state media, though. That's neat. I mean, everybody's somewhere on that spectrum, right? Tygo? Excellent. We've looted a bunch of books, including a Wizard's Guide to the Reunion. And the future of wilt monsters. Wilt monsters for everyone. And could it be the gutter? And Biles and the evisceration. And do we understand the gutter? And in pursuit of the group. Hold on, there's a lot of things I gotta read in chat. Everyone is not on the spectrum. Fair enough. Orange, thank you very much for the 14th month. Welcome back. Closer to having chances to be diagnosed. Heard that it usually goes hand in hand with OCD, which you have aslets. Our brains all work differently. All I really have to say. Apparently we seized livestock and rampaged throughout wilt monsters. The Witch of Serpents led wilt monsters, and the Sweltering Sand destroyed wilt monsters. Good, good, good. And we got 3 peak dogs out of it, as well as a bunch of books. You ate a salad for lunch? As long as you're not hungry after that salad. We'll see you later, Merchant Brigade. We're hanging out. I need to scroll up and check because I missed some stuff. They say in schools that there were 16 biolaboratories on the border with Russia, implying that Ukraine wanted to attack Russia with bioweapons. They're saying that to kids? Well, that's fun. Like when you say schools, do you mean like your university or do you mean like elementary schools? 'Cause that's kind of fucked up. Actually, no, it's not kind of fucked up. That's extremely fucked up. This area down here. To expand a bit. We're gonna get dwarves training down here. Brain quirks are more common than in the title, Erman, of the stream. You read it, you'll see when it is. Why am I typing in read? Armor! Stand. Rock. 10. Making this into another barracks for one of my squads. Pacific time. Currently, it is 12:52 p.m. Pacific. You know, whenever I hear about Russian state media propaganda, it just hurts my brain that people actually believe that shit. But turns out you can drink the Kool-Aid to a ridiculous degree. Turns out. We need more booze in Z-Fort. I mean, it's like trying to explain to a creationist that no, Earth isn't 3,000 years old and God didn't make it by hand, right? And, like, Adam and Eve are a myth. You know, all of that shit. Like, it's amazing how how ingrained people can get in a belief structure. It's sometimes very difficult to pull people out of it. It's awful to see. Also, just a warning, people are no longer gaining tickets, and I don't think we're gaining hours either in the channel, so... Because my bot is broken. I might just disable investing entirely until we get the bot moved over, but we'll do that not today. We'll do that on another day. Rip that dwarf that's stricken by melancholy. People understand that people understand everything in due time, but by that time we might all be buried under rubble and dead Russians here. Yeah. I keep on seeing posts about that, Tygo. You hope that bullets from both sides miss every single one of their shots. Unfortunately, I don't think that's likely. You're on a winning streak? Then go nuts! Friend believes in God creating creatures isn't done causing evolution to exist. I mean, you know, honestly, when it comes to belief structures, whatever makes people happy. Like, as somebody who was raised Christian, as long as your religion isn't telling you to kill people, you just have fun. Generally. Like, as long as your religion isn't oppressing anybody, and as long as your religion isn't telling you to kill people, go nuts. Have fun. Believe in what you want. The problem is when religion starts telling people that they need to kill each other. Or when your government starts telling you that you need to invade another country for stupid reasons. I still maintain, though, that defecting Russian soldiers phoning their parents from Ukraine and Ukrainian farmers stealing tanks are my two favorite YouTube video styles to come out of this conflict. Those are the two best things so far to come out of this. Is just real-life Grand Theft Tank is something I never thought I would ever see on YouTube, and I'm so happy that I've seen a couple dozen videos of just, like, farmers towing tanks and shit. It's just so good. I don't know that much about Sikhism, Anonymous, but what I do know is that Sikh temples have all-you-can-eat free buffets. I took advantage of those once when I was homeless. So, like, can be quite useful. Just show up, hang out, sit cross-legged on the carpet, and eat curry. It's great. No complaints there. Putting new memeing into tractor beam. Oh boy. You're totally not opposed to the idea of God, Pascal's wager, and all. Organized religion is a different thing entirely. Yes. To agree with that. Or you're not referencing that, Aqua, you're not referencing that thing that Elon Musk was tweeting, are you? Because Elon Musk was being a dipshit on Twitter yesterday, and he's just like talking about how he was shipping a lot of about how internet was out in Ukraine and how he was shipping Starlink dishes out there, and then said, "Yeah, the internet seems to be out in Ukraine. I don't know. Seems like it must be bad weather or something." It's like, fucking fuck off, you weirdo. Like, I realize you're getting a lot of free marketing for your internet, but fuck off, man. They added martial arts training to their religion. This is true. I mean, I have Sikh family members, so I do know bits and pieces. Can't be as stable as wired one. It's to me, Starlink is such an oxymoron because like it's the world's fastest satellite internet. So it's like it's the world's fastest slow thing. It's like fast satellite internet is quite literally an oxymoron. It amuses me so much. I can't even fully describe it. Yeah, he was referring to the normal internet being down because of war. Yes. Yes, it is fast versus the old way of doing satellite internet, but like... Anyway, it's besides the point, I suppose, at this point. Alright, so we've got that squad defending, which we're going to take off of... Oh, actually, need those three training up there. Hope you slept well, audio. I have a bunch of swords dwarves. Oh, yeah, they're all using adamantine short swords. That checks out. I mean, satellite internet has its use. I don't think everybody in the world should be on satellite internet. Not a whole lot picturing yourself. Just like pretty steady balance between anticipating having Dak and Tarna on the stream in a few hours and talking about World War III. You know? So, Danny O'Dwyer and this is video game news. Danny O'Dwyer and No Clip Video are currently camping in the middle of the fucking desert to film a documentary for the remake of Half-Life 1, Black Mesa. And he just tweeted, "What? You thought us camping in the middle of the desert was going to mean not touching Elden Ring? Think again." They're camping in the middle of the desert. Filming a documentary. Well, I respect it. You slept okay, woke up sooner than you wanted, though? Yeah, I know that feeling. I woke up sooner than I wanted today, too, but that was exactly when I set my alarms, so... Sooner than I wanted to get up. If I got up when I wanted to get up, I'd probably be waking up around now. Not gonna lie. Cleaning out the basement currently. Let's see what's down here. What is that? Is that all just ichor? Yep. Giant cave spider ichor, in fact. Yeah, I read that. They are gambling with their own accuracy. Although they seem to have been very accurately bombing civilian targets, so maybe they will very accurately miss the critical targets like that. The saddest part about the past week is though all of the fighting, Taigo, is just cowards fighting. It's such cowardly strategy they are using. It's not even war anymore. It's just something else. War crimes. Is fucking up a nuclear reactor? Yes, Bruno. Hey, we got a beekeeper in a strange mood. About which part? About what level of war crime? I will say that this past week has made me very happy I'm not streaming RimWorld. Because I don't think I could deal with war crime memes anymore. I couldn't a couple of years ago. I can even less now. Oh yeah, Putin doesn't care. The rest of the world does. He's already done that, Orange. He's already violated international treaties. There's a reason everybody's pissed. Even the people who normally like the guy are pissed at him. Ooh. Beekeeper is going for the Metalsmith's Forge. All right, so we've claimed a Magma Forge. You going for what I think you're going for? Ooh, grabs adamantine first. All right, so chat. This is a dwarf that has claimed a Metalsmith's Forge in a strange mood. And the first thing that they got was... I mean, everything's banned in Australia. That's normal. Everything with any kind of violence is banned in Australia. You should look up the Australian version of Left 4 Dead 2. It has no blood in it. It's kind of incredible. Anyway, the first thing that this dwarf grabbed is adamantine. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? Any bets? An adamantine mace. We already have a adamantine warhammer in this fort, so it would be a pair. He's making a mug on, you bet 1 Mountain Dew? Like an adamantine crown. An adamantine puzzle box. I mean, I would be totally cool with that. If it was an adamantine puzzle box, I would join the other side as an adventurer on a quest to steal that puzzle box. That is horrifying, Taigo. I don't know. I feel like just as a species, we've regressed a lot in the last, I don't know, year. Just on all levels. Just we have gone backwards. And this is not helping. So it's .png. Also, picture point, did you apply to that thing that I sent you? I don't know if you actually have work right now, so. Have we regressed? Okay. How about this? Large portions of the world have moved towards becoming better. Some people in this world really don't want that to happen for some bizarre reason that I can't quite fathom. Like, 5 years ago, my response to world leaders like the leader of Russia or the twit that was in charge of America at that point, I guess 4 years ago, was always just, oh, it's fine. They'll all be dead in 30 years. Like, just keep going as we're going, and all of the backwards-ass older folk will be dead in 30 years, and the world can get better. And now I don't know. Now I don't know if things will get better. You're applying to it today? Best of luck, dude. You're tweaking your resume towards it? Got it. Yeah, I took one look at that. I was like, I'll bet you Picture Point could do this. Found a video editing job in Games Press, which I fired at Picture Point the other day. You better get the thing. Yep. Waiting for the old generator to die off so things will get better is the capitalist propaganda. I don't know if it's capitalist propaganda because I've never heard it in propaganda format. I don't know if it's lots of Western people haven't been giving a shit. I think that there's definitely some Western leaders that don't give a shit. But I think that the actual concern is enabling leaders of countries that are causing suffering. Are you talking about Trudeau, Dragon Man? Because you need to rewire your brain if you actually think that. Like, I didn't vote for the guy, but we don't have an overlord. There was harsh policies for like half a week to remove a bunch of protests that were kind of pointless. They largely got what they wanted anyway. So I don't know what the fuck you're on about, Dragon Man, but I don't think you're particularly correct. I think you need to be careful about what you say. The last thing that we need is more people shooting at each other for stupid fucking reasons. Taking people's land at this point in our society is a stupid fucking reason. Just note that jokes like that are not funny. Especially right now. And they will never be funny. And I don't think they ever should be funny. Should have banned them after World War II, and there was absolutely no human to do that. The problem with banning nuclear weapons is it has to be unanimous, right? That's the issue. People are too drunk on their own stupidity to be able to do a thing like that. Orthoclase, dog leather, ostrich leather, sheep's wool cloth, orthoclase blocks, straight ostrich cock bone. Don't make a dick joke. Adamantine wafers and rough black opals. Best of luck, Dwarf. And that's one thing that we as a species will never have, is trust in one another. Well, a war on drugs is redundant. You hate leaves, so you're a hoser, eh? Welcome to Canadian politics. Blind can do a stereotypical Canadian accent when he tries hard. The problem with me doing a Canadian accent is, like, I have to think way harder about it than I should. Like, there's... Like, me doing a stereotypical accent for any other part of the world is easier than doing a Canadian one, because I actually need to think about it with a Canadian one for some reason. So I have to, like... Because I've spent my whole life training my speech patterns to not fall into those stereotypical Canadian accents, because you get made fun of around here for doing that. So it's like... It's actually difficult for me to do it. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, another, like, sentence starter to, like, fall into another set, but... I don't even know what you're talking about there, eh? You got some kind of, thing stuck in your tooth there, bud. We're gonna have to take this car down to the, hockey rink and, watch the Leafs play, eh? A sad example of self-selecting language supremacy. Yes. Hey, sorry about that. Didn't mean to offend nobody. Those fluntuddles look cool with all the mushrooms and stuff growing in them. Yeah, they look awesome. I intentionally left the drains less complete so that they would look, like, kind of gnarly. The only thing you have right now is to grasp at is that there's a lot of chances to die due to someone being an ass even during peace times. You mean like just in a car accident or something, Tygo? That's probably the A, buddy, thing. Anyway, Einod, the beekeeper, has created Avaldur, an adamantine figurine of all empires named. And claims it as a Hamley Fairloom. And, Avaldur. It's worth 763,200. Oh, the Lovely Fist is the name of, this artifact. And it's a long one, so buckle up. This is an adamantine figurine of all empires named. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is in a masterfully designed image of all empires named. The human in adamantine by Einod. All empires named is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the drowning of the human on all empires named in Hotbeards in the early spring of 164 during Etos Snock, the Siege of Infernos. It is encrusted with round orthoclase cabochons and encircled with bands of sheep's wool and cushion orthoclase cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of adamantine and dog leather. On the item is an image of dwarves in black opal the dwarves are contemplating. The artwork relates to the ceremony held by the Crimson Pulley in blockade spears as part of the Helmed Festival in mid-autumn of 106. The 82nd main ceremony of the Helmed Festival. On the item is an image of mandrills in ostrich bone. On the item is an image of Moses Fordbook, the dwarf, and Nako, weakness-hated, the goblin, in ostrich leather. Moses Fordbook is making a plaintive gesture. Nako is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the martial wounding of the dwarf Moses by the goblin Nako with a silver arrow from a copper bow in the submerged hills in the early spring of 161 during Okestop, the Angry Sieges. Yes, Hamley Fairloom. Don't question it. Well, good for you, I suppose. It's a very fancy figurine. It's got a cool name. Avalder? Too late? For what? You to question it? Me saying Hamley Fairloom is the same reason why I say like sword instead of sword. It just sounds funny in my brain, so I say it. Sometimes I'll say things just because it amuses me. It doesn't matter if any of you guys find it funny. Like, I feel like all people kind of do that a little bit, except like my streams are just like a stream of my consciousness, and I have to keep myself entertained just as much as entertaining you, so... A ham-like fair. I like a ham-like fair. I'd like to go to a ham-like fair. That sounds great. I'd like to get a ham at a fair. Sounds tasty. One thing I will say is there was a screenshot. My neighbors above me are sawing things again. I swear to God. Swear to God. If I have to listen to that power drill for one more day, I'm going to submit a noise complaint. Especially if it picks up on my microphone during interview. Anyway, was on the Vancouver subreddit yesterday, and someone had a post where they said that their building was complaining that they kept putting the Ukrainian flag in their window, so instead they just changed their LED lights to blue and yellow. And so I don't know what the fuck they're doing up there, dude. I hope that then people up there moved out, and I hope that they stop drilling and sawing and whatever the fuck they're doing. It's driving me nuts. Anyway, so now it's like, yeah, all of Vancouver is just like, if you have LED lights, change them to yellow and blue. So I changed mine to yellow and blue. There's 2 other units in my apartment building that changed them to yellow and blue. That's kind of neat. Not much, but it's something. Still just getting rid of all of this crap. I do such a fine job at the entertainings. Well, I'm glad. Do a fine job at something. But yeah, no, starting yesterday, there was just like sawing sounds happening up there. I hope it doesn't last long. I don't know. I haven't logged into Facebook since like 2016. Calthor. And I deleted my Facebook account at the beginning of 2020, so. Although, I will say, I'd love to live in a country without Facebook. It's the one, like, bonus that Russia has going right now, is, like, they don't have Facebook currently. Sounds lovely. So lovely. It's just like when Facebook was threatening to, like, turn off Instagram and Facebook proper in Europe, and there was people tweeting, it's like, Europe's gonna be a utopia in a few days. Oh, hey, a ghost. It's what? Wait, what? Did you fall down there? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I don't see a body corpse. I don't see a corpse of a dead dwarf. Don't see any bits or pieces of a dead dwarf. Wait, what died somewhere, and I have no idea where or how. So... could use that as a threat. We'll shut the website down. Yay, please do! Says everybody unanimously, all at the same time. Doesn't really bind anyone to anything. Just because I'm an idiot, what does that actually do? Making Ukraine into a like no-fly zone completely. What does that actually do to benefit anybody? Does that mean like Russia can't fly over as well? Because is that really going to stop them? I'm just kind of an idiot when it comes to this subject. Yeah, but like, they're also not supposed to bomb civilians. And it doesn't seem like that's stopped them so far. I think we just lost some people in the beginning of the new year, but I haven't seen any bodies, so. I'm gonna say, like, you can be like, Russia, you're not allowed to use aerial bombardments anymore, but like. Yeah, but like. I guess my question, I don't think that's going to stop them. Well, we put wait what to rest. That's good. Also, yeah, that's only 1/4 of Zelensky's Twitter following. Chat, you guys can't hear the saw upstairs while I'm talking, can you? It's always kind of hard for me to tell. It's pretty fucking loud in here. Good. That's the response I wanted to hear. It's loud enough to be annoying in here. It's like there's a giant cloud of bees above my head. But a tweet earlier today pointed out that Selena Gomez has more Instagram followers than there are citizens in Russia, which blew my mind. Because she was posting on Instagram in support of Ukraine. That would quite a bit because any wrong move means World War III. I'm at the point, maybe I've just hit like a stupidly low level of nihilism at this point, Tygo, but it feels like that's what Putin wants. From my perspective, anyway. Depending on how noise laws are different from Ontario to BC and your rules in your condo, you might not be able to do anything about the noise. No. Yes. I am aware of this. I can still complain though, because they are distracting me while I'm at work. This is an office, and this room is taxed as office space, so could still file a complaint even if nothing happens. I would like them to know that I am displeased, however. True that. Yeah, Tygo. True. Also, just a reminder that 7-Day RL starts this Saturday. %45% are from Germany. I mean, Germany is in a very special position to know why this war is a bad idea. If anything, I'd say that they're probably in the best position to know that it's a bad idea. In your country, they want to change the name of a certain food because it has a word that is similar to Rusky in it, even though it's called after geographic land, which contains Ukraine as well. They propose Ukrainian instead of that. Oh, so they're trying to change the name of a foodstuff? I mean, here in Canada, we stopped selling all Russian brewed and imported liquor and vodka, which is kind of hilarious, but also kind of... There was a lot of really good memes posted on Canadian social media that day. Like, there was a lot of, like, I think it's the sitcom Married with Friends. It's like, do you hear that Canadians are throwing out all of the Smirnoff? It's like, oh, awful. Where? That's horrible. Where? So yeah, there's now a lot less vodka variety in liquor stores here. But it's okay, because my favorite vodka is not from Russia. So Alberta Pure is the only shitty vodka you drink. You drink nail polish? Wow, that's brave of you. That's what that stuff tastes. I do not like Alberta Pure. It's like drinking Polar Ice. It's like, ugh. Shit's disgusting. For me, it's like I won't drink cheap vodka because I don't like mixed drinks. So I need to forbid some drinks in my fort. Nah, all my dwarves brewed everything here at home. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, I don't think dwarves can make vodka. I know they can make rum and whiskey. The dwarves don't have a vodka, do they? I will be back in a moment. I'm going to go prep some lunch stuff. Not actually going to eat lunch. I will be back in under a minute. True, yeah. Yeah, I just don't like... I just like sipping vodka with ice cubes in it. If I'm gonna drink vodka, I want vodka with a little... with just an ice cube in it. Maybe a mint leaf. Like, that's how I like to drink vodka. So if I'm gonna buy vodka, I'm gonna buy the... not top-of-the-line vodka or anything, but, like, something that's, like, in kind of, like, the middle of the price range, you know? It's like, I'm not gonna buy the one that's, like, the $6 bottle. I'm also not gonna buy the $700 bottle. I'm gonna buy, like, the $80 bottle. And it'll last me a year. That's how I like my vodka. But currently, I have no vodka. Currently, the only alcoholic transport container that I have is a growler with a bit of beer in the bottom of it that I need to finish. And then, if I end up with time tomorrow, or maybe Saturday, or maybe Monday next week, I don't know. I'm going to walk down to the brewery and fill it up again. Because it's cheap. And I got enough breweries around that I might as well just do that. There's 2 within walking distance of me and like 12 if I'm willing to get on a train. Within like a 30-minute radius of me. Ooh. The Forgotten Beast! Oshkar has come. A towering feathered anteater. It has a fat, bulging trunk and it is ravening. Its mint green feathers are downy. Beware its webs. That is terrifying. I don't know where it is on the screen. I'm following it, though. There it is. Okay, it's the capital A right here. It's on the same level that the snow creature was on. Except I don't think that the snow creature is here. Oh, there it is. All right, so snow creature beast versus other beast, and snow creature beast is now a pile of dust. The forgotten beast attacks the forgotten beast, but it jumps away. The forgotten beast scratches the forgotten beast in the head, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, that is the usual way that snow-covered beasts die. Well, you're kind of terrifying, just because of the webs. We'll have to think about what to do with that. It is in a spot that's safe, though, currently. As far as I know. We're going to have to keep an eye on that one, I think. All right. Let's go after something up here. Ooh, 600. That's a lot. It's one of the ones that we just knocked out. Wilt monsters. Let's go after this one. Try to raise it. But yeah, all I have to say is I just hope to all of the friends of this channel on both sides of the border, really matter where you are, just stay safe, yeah. This can't last forever. Hopefully it'll be over sooner rather than longer. You know? Infinite silk webs. You trust me, you don't want to be collecting silk webs from a forgotten beast. It's finicky, clunky, and often ends with your dwarves just getting startled and scared, which is not good for dwarven mental health. So I mean, spiders already provide infinite webs, and cave spiders don't hurt or attack dwarves. Only giant cave spiders do. Normal cave spiders are harmless. Let's just do all of this. I mean, it's a neat novelty to do a couple times, but it's really not worth it. Had it set up right once with a drawbridge to block view for gathering, and then you mucked it up. Yeah, I mean, I've done it a couple of times. It's just... Yeah, you can breed giant cave spiders. You can breed almost anything in DF. This is a headline. U.S. opens direct line of communication with Russia's defense ministry to avoid unintended conflict near Ukraine. That's a headline. Also, chat, an hour and a half from now, when Tarn is joining me, to anybody who's wondering. But yeah, no, the better way to set up silk printers is with giant cave spiders that are trained and a hostile goblin or troll that is chained up. That's the much better way to do it. I'm hoping soon. Yeah, Tygo. I'm worried about all the people that have no power. That's what really worries me right now. Is whenever I read about blackouts, it's like just to put this in perspective, right? If I had no power here If it's above freezing, I have like 3 days until all my insulin goes bad. If it's above like 20 degrees, I have a day until all of my insulin goes bad. And in a world where I have no insulin, then it's like, well, 6 months. And that's just me and my problems. Just the thought of people being without power scares the hell out of me. That water flowing. It's not flowing anywhere. Huh. That's funny. I think I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this. Actually, can we even get there? Yes, they can. I'm going to dig out this fashion. We are going to let this water drain off the side of the map. You're going to go shower. We'll see when we see you. Audio. Lack of guys UN involved in peace is a bloody shame. But predictable veto powers for any member is such a backwards idea. There are a lot of ideas right now that are proving that they're only good ideas when everybody's in agreement. The second a lot of people are not in agreement, it's just they cease to be good ideas. Which just truly, truly, truly sucks. Work is done. Hell yeah. Doing all right. Day's been pretty good so far. Oh yeah, I think I saw that. I think I no, actually no, I didn't see this one. Once again, this is one of the best genres of video on the internet right now. Is tractors pulling tanks. I want to play that mission in Spin Tires. Pull this tank all the way across the map. With a tractor, of course. Also, I just want to point this out. The comments section of this, it's not stealing if it's left on your lawn. It's repurposing. Legitimate salvage. Just legitimate salvage. Remember those words. Uh-oh. My dwarf was found dead dehydrated. Was that the really depressed one? Yes, I think so. This is fine. Those things seem far more capable than in Spin Tires. Yeah, that is true. Spin Tires does have kind of like a tendency to make things seem like everything is just broken and never works, which has elements of truth to it too. So what you're saying is they're just here so that they don't get fined? Lyrelac? Yeah, that's I was talking to my dad about that last night, Renfield. It's like, hey, let's just the best things that I've seen civilians doing in the Ukraine is blocking traffic and making tanks turn around. Like repurposing either abandoned or stealing tanks. And I love all of the redoing the road signs stuff. so I need to give this a drain because there isn't supposed to be any water here. All of this water here is here because I dumped water there. That's why all of that water is there. Yeah, I've seen various reports on that happened. There you go. I will say it is encouraging to see so many people in Russia going, what the fuck? Although, I've been getting advertisements on YouTube and Twitch as of the last 24 hours. I don't know if any of you guys have seen these. Basically stating that we got to be preparing for the way this war is going to affect our economy. It's like, yeah, I'd thought about that, but the fact that I'm already seeing advertisements for that is like a little unnerving, I will say. I don't know if any of you guys have seen those. Price of gas is going up is about it. I mean, I will maintain, in the last 3 days, I've lost about 30 subscribers. And I have ways of figuring out who those are, and I'm mostly certain it's because of bank sanctions in Russia. So it's not even just like gas prices going up. Marketers are going to market, I suppose. Okay. I'm going to dig over to this to give this water some drainage. Wonder if the U.S. government was going to walk back what they said about not sanctioning. I thought they did already. Unless I'm maybe misreading something. On the doom scroll again. Got to get out of that. Some migrants have arrived. It's not going to be too many, I don't think. Butcher and an engraver. And their kid, probably. Yep. Mom, dad, and baby. Literally a family. And probably their pet donkey. Nope, stray donkey. Well, dinner donkey. Got a... Hold on a second. That's a long name there, man. The Rapid Quake of Creation? Aban Lilduldim Dolbar. Aban Hoistki, the Rapid Quake of Creation. So, got 6 notable kills and 18 other kills. What are you? You came from my previous fort, but what skill? Oh, you're a legendary mace dwarf. Well, In that case, go get a mace. Fuck off, Biden. Octo. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Maybe I was reading about Canada doing that then. This will affect everybody, though, in some way. How exactly will it affect everybody is hard to say, but it will affect everybody. I don't really have anything I can trade the elves right now. Guess I could sell them gems, but... Did I have to modify the config files? No, I just did it in Advanced World Gen. There's a, if you go back in my YouTube channel a little bit, the whole VOD of me fiddling with Advanced World Gen stuff is there. And getting very frustrated. Should put that in as a caveat, I guess, but it's there if you see it. All right, now we can go over to here. What's this, right? Yep, right there. And right there. Maybe that as well. Over top of them. Just want this water to have a way off the map, because currently it doesn't have one. This will give it a way off the map, so it can flow away. You really like Beast in Black's albums? I might be seeing them in a couple of months. They're doing a show here and my friend Kevin wants to go. They've been here a few times. They're one of the bands that comes here a lot. I think they're one of those bands where, like, I've listened to their music quite a bit recently because I've had some people recommend them a lot. And every time I look at it, I'm like, every time I listen to it, I'm like, I swear I've seen these guys. Like, I swear I've seen them before. And I probably have, realistically. Just couldn't tell you when. But I'm pretty damn close to certain I've seen them before. You would love to see Beast in Black? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really good bands that come here pretty frequently. Stupid COVID. I'm apparently seeing Dragon Force in 10 days. Apparently. Me and my friend bought tickets to Dragon Force back in October. So apparently I'm seeing Dragon Force in a few. Apparently. It'll be my 4th time seeing Dragon Force. Because we will ride with fire burning hot towards the night sky. Dwarves, you want to get out of there? You go in there. There you go. How about you? You want to get out of there? It looks kind of deep. That's not that bad. Dude. for Beast in Black. Gonna try the Who next time they come to the next time they come to the Baltimore, or next time they come to Baltimore. I want to say that was one of the I lose track of bands that I have tickets for. It's like right now I have I had a ticket to see Molchat Doma, but I wonder if they're still hold on, actually I need to look at that. I wonder if that concert, because like I know it got delayed. I wonder if it's like just canceled now. I do wonder. Yes, that concert's been canceled. It was delayed, and they didn't sign a new date for it. Can I... So I'm on Molchat's website, right? Amsterdam postponed. Kiev... it's apparently happening? About that, guys. That's in, like, on the 15th? Good luck. Probably not updated. Yeah, probably not. I mean, these guys are, they're from Belarus. Yeah, apparently they actually, never mind. Apparently they're coming to Vancouver. Still. Yeah, they're apparently coming to Vancouver still. It's just in 2 months. You're guessing the Kiev one is just a donation? I'd assume so. I mean, it does say Slava Ukraine next to it. Which I would assume to mean that that's not happening. I would assume that would mean that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's, That's a bizarre thing to think about. There was so many shows that I was supposed to go to. Might have all been canceled. I'm kind of tempted to buy tickets to that show just to see if it happens. Because, like, looking at it right now, like, the ticket that I had for that show was completely refunded. But it is still scheduled. Like, it's on... Oh, shit. Touche, more's coming? Well, that might need to happen. That's not till April, though. Anyway. Yeah, Beast in Black. They're touring with somebody called Striker and Seven Kingdoms. This. I think I might already have tickets to this one. I need to ask Kevin. You saw them with Blind Guardian? Okay. I mean, they sound like a power metal-y thing just from the title. It's weird that I can, like, figure out what genre a band is just by looking at their logo. There's a lot of very I don't believe that show's happening. Shows that are booked right now. Anyway, just gonna close. There's synth plus power metal. Sure. I mean, that's most power metal bands have synths. Interview in 1 hour? Yes. Although the last time it started 15 minutes early. So I'm probably going to go get my lunch in 15 minutes. No, I'm just saying that synthesizers are pretty standard for power metal. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying that that's pretty common for power metal bands to have synthesizers. Do I have barrels on that stockpile? I fucked up. Speaking of, how's this dwarf doing? Still sad. Unconfirmed news about a proposed bill in Russia that says that punishment for protesting the war is conscription to penal battalion. Yeah, I've seen that bouncing around too. I don't have any confirmations on that though. We were talking about that earlier today, and it's like, seems like the best way to have your soldiers like revolt. But I know very little about, you know, how that sort of thing works. So, are dwarves getting full titles? They are. I don't know if Rory is still here, but Rory has a title now, which is Rory Renowned Diamond, the Cunning Will. I love it when dwarves start getting titles for their glorious fights in battle. Like a large number of my dwarves that have gone out and done a bunch of raids are now getting titles. Sideways is still just sideways. Sorry, sideways. The OCH? I don't know what that means. The nourishment. Okay. The utter nourishment of weaves, or of weaving, is Tygo's full title. It's so long it doesn't fit in there. It's just an easy way to force capital punishment for traitors. It seems like it, yep. Why do I have so many thirsty dwarves? What is going on? Got plenty of drink and plenty of food. Hold on. I've got a bunch of dwarves that are starving to death right now. You're supposed to leave the map. What the fuck is happening? Canceled the go raid that spot mission because I had some dwarves that were just breaking. I'm not sure what just happened there, but I had a bunch of dwarves that were just stuck in training instead of going out to raise that spot. I'm not sure what caused that, but they're not leaving now. I was like, why haven't they come back yet? I was like, well, they're all standing there and starving to death for some reason. Repotting an unhappy plant is a really good way to have an unhappier plant. Well, that rumor is supposed to come into effect tomorrow if that rumor be true, so we could also just wait for tomorrow. But there's plenty of sources on it if you go look it up. Making a Reddit thread about the cat with Bay 12 an hour. Damn, that's some nice art. This is what happens to goblins and trolls. I like the blue blood. That's a nice detail. This is good art. Shoutouts to the person who drew this. Metalhead creature. Username checks out. It might want, yeah, it might just want drier soil. You may not be wrong. All right. There is a Reddit thread if anybody would like to interact with it in any way. Till then, we're going to continue doom scrolling. Or I'm going to continue doom scrolling and loosely playing dwarfs in the background. Interacted? Cool. Also, we haven't been sieged once this time, which I think is a little bit weird. In every other fort, we've had, like... In every other day we've played this fort, we've been sieged multiple times. This time, not at all. Not once. Which I think is mighty strange. I think it's mighty strange. So, where the heck is that forgotten beast at? There he is. Oshar, this thing. Oshar is right here. Thing is, I don't see there being a safe way of fighting this beast because it has webs, right? Beasts with webs are like impossible to fight safely, so we'll set this up as best as we can, but I don't know if we can actually win this. So in my experience, the best way to fight forgotten beasts with webs is to dig out 2 separate rooms, one on either side of a hallway, and then try and trap it in the middle and ambush it from multiple angles, which is what we will try and do. Because we need to get behind it. So we'll do what we can. We'll see if we can stop this thing. But I'm not going to get my hopes up here. But we do need to remove this thing from existence. We really do. A dwarf has grown attached to an adamantine short sword. Well, I sure fucking hope so there, dude. So this is our friend, which is Oshar Terrorwaved. Very fitting name. So the thing is pretty terrifying. So chat, how many deaths do you think we're going to have fighting this creature? How many dwarves do you think are going to die in the process of taking this beast down? I'm guessing at least 5, just because it's got webs. Maybe more. Thing is, we need to get to it through webs, which is sketch. Why are you seeing Yellowknife in the news? Well, actually, it depends on what part of the news you're looking at, because there's a pretty big beer festival that happens in Yellowknife. There's also a lot of arts festivals that happen in Yellowknife, just in general, so it depends on, like, what kind of news you're following. As Yellowknife is a pretty hipstery city with a lot of young people in it. A lot of artists live up there. But why are you seeing Yellowknife in the news? What's going on in Yellowknife? Apparently, Moldova is officially signing an application for membership with the European Union. That's cool. Yeah, good on them indeed. Let's see what we can get here. And you there. You there. Your brother just lined a tweet from the Kiev Independent and it's more sad news. Let's just throw it into subscriber chat. I mean, the Kiev Independent has been doing some incredible reporting over the past few days, I will say that. Those reporters all deserve medals for their insanity. Probably bravery, too. Are you carrying a cage? Why are you carrying a cage, Dwarf? Also, there's a dwarf tantruming. Never mind. That was a very short tantrum. Very short tantrum. All right, let's mine this out. Wish me luck, chat. My dwarves are going to need it as they all pile in. Get you guys up here. Let's actually just stop that for a second. Just need the rest of the military to get up here. So hopefully they'll be able to ambush it from both sides. There's no way to do this safely because it does have webs. So if a dwarf gets webbed, that dwarf can just die. There's nothing I can do about it. So now that we've done that, all lined up. Let's hope that this creature's line of sight ain't too good. So once again, this creature is a giant feathered anteater. It is fat. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it is ravening. Its mint green feathers are downy. Beware its webs. Can I get a big round of beers for all of these dwarves about to go into battle against this giant anteater? This giant mint-flavored anteater, specifically. Not to be confused with an uncle eater or a flying purple people eater. All of those are different things. For glory, yes. For dwarfy. Oh, well, that's interesting. We have discovered a magma pool. Apparently there's a puddle of lava right there. Cool. Let's follow our uninvited guest. Who is now just... Okay, now he's interested. I'm going to lock the dwarves upstairs. It seems like my dwarves are all doing the full stupid. And running outside one by one. Let's, Well, somebody's dead. Okay, creature's inside. We gotta do the thing where I tell them to kill it. It got a bit ahead of me. Looks like we've lost a few dwarves already. Who have we lost? We've lost an Urvad. We lost a Shortest. And we lost a Moral. The dwarves are all pouncing on the thing. I'm seeing dead dwarves kind of everywhere. Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left leg with Silver Warhammer, fracturing the bone. I can't just stand by. This might require an answer, says the dwarf. A Mace Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with his Silver Warhammer, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and bruising the brain. That's good. That's good. That's good. This is my fight, too. There's no need to feel vengeful, but is caught in a web. I move a few more turns forward. It looks like it's just a dog pile. I have a part in this, says the dwarf. How fragile we are. The Swords Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the front paw with her adamantine short sword, tearing the fat. So they are all on top of it. Looks like we got it. Because they are no longer being told to kill it. Yep, the creature is dead. So we lost Shortest, Bim, Urvad, Inul, and Moral. I said 5. That's 5. One-eyed one, horde, flying purple people eater. Yes. This is definitely a walking anteater. Or maybe a walking dwarf eater in this instance. Speaking of dwarf eaters, how you doing, Clino? It's good to see you. Beers and web remover? Yes, we definitely need some web remover. So they're now running over here to pick up some equipment. I've given them access to this area, so they're going to run down here and grab all of the legendary silver maces from over here. There's actually a few of these that are pretty legendary. Anyway, I can turn off the burrow. We're going to get one of our squads training down here. You know, now you know what I need to listen to after this stream, right? Definitely, this streamer needs to listen to a Flying Purple People Eater. Magma is indeed good for removing webs, and there is a lot of it right here. It's also good for removing your life, if that's a thing you're trying. A gremlin! Look what we spotted, friends! A gremlin! A gremlin that has a death wish, or it can swim, one of the two. Also more raw adamantine. Praise the miners! Where does this gremlin go? Run away, green boy! Best of luck, my boy. A small humanoid creature with a mischievous toothy grin. You remember that song from all the kids' music tapes? It's just like, it's up there with Raffi, yeah. You know, honestly, Flying Purple People Eater is like... chat, is Flying Purple People Eater 90s kids big, like Baby Shark? Serious question. Is that like our generation's Baby Shark? Everybody's like, no, it's not that. I mean, yeah, Baby Shark was around then too, but like, there was no recordings of it. I mean, we used to sing fucking Baby Shark and beavers and cubs. Your dad likes Baby Shark? Does he just like seeing other people in pain? Because if you like seeing other people in pain, that's a good song to like. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, Baby Shark was a song that we used to sing around campfire all the goddamn time. Absolutely. Run away, little gremlin. Don't want you to get hoit, but I also definitely don't want you in this fort. And you will definitely die if you walk through that door, so don't walk through that door, gremlin. Oh, Flying Purple People Eater? Okay. I don't know. I consider Flying Purple People Eater to be as annoying as Baby Shark when it comes to just, like, bad, annoying songs. All right. Where did that raw adamantine pop up? Oh, okay. That's because you liked it when you were younger, probably. If I had to listen to Flying Purple People Eater song every day, I would find it annoying. What is up, El Naso? How is you? Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. You know, it makes me... it always amuses me that he just became like a Eurorack synth YouTuber after writing pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Well, I saw a thing coming out of the sky, and it had a long horn and one big eye, and I commented to Shake, and he said, "Hooey, that looks like a purple people eater to me." It was a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. Anybody got 100 bits? Because you could make the robot read that out. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's worth it, but... you can still fucking sing it? What the fuck? It's like a repressed memory you didn't know you still had. I haven't... I'll admit, I think about the one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater more often than I should, just because of Dwarf Fortress. Because the frequency at which I get random characters in... like, or random beasts in Dwarf Fortress that are basically just that. The frequency at which I get those, I So you're a small gig, so you're leisurely occupied, as opposed to what exactly? Illeisurely occupied? Overoccupied? Extremely fucking busy? Going to go... no, you're gonna go dig. There you go, you're gonna go detail wall. But I hope it's a good small gig. You tuned in on a good day, though, El Naso, because in 40 minutes, Tarn and probably Zach are joining to talk about things that are dwarfy. Speaking of, I should probably pop up
When I saw the thing coming out of the sky, it had the one long horn and one big eye. I commenced to shake in and I said, "Ooh, it looks like a purple people eater to me." It was a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. A one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater sure looks strange to me. One eye?
One eye. Anyway, thanks for the $1 audio. Cheers, man. Taking care of 3 dogs so their owners can take a week off? Hell yeah! That's a good gig. Dog sitting. And there we go. I now have the release roadmap open in my email. All right, chat. So it is 2:20. Meaning I have 40 minutes until interview starts. So I think I'm gonna let you guys follow Kib the miner here. And I am going to go take a 5-ish minute break. I'm gonna go eat my sandwich, which I pre-prepared for myself, and do my injections and whatnot. Check it. I got a couple beers for audio, cheering the dollar. And then when I get back, I will be slowly prepping for interview. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you need to, because now is probably a good time to get a snack if you need, because normally these chats go for like an hour, hour and a half. So keep that in mind. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. Oh boy, would you look at that. The Forgotten Beast Sodor Stopstrew has come. A huge quadruped composed of charcoal. It has 2 stubby tails and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Why do they all have fucking webs? What did I do to deserve this?
This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, and
Oh.
LL continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends.
It's actually
It
okay.
goes on and on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, and they LL continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Crypt jams, crypt guns.
This is madness.
Hi, Hobo. Yeet. And thanks for the dollar audio. It is indeed the song that never ends, and it definitely does go on and on, my friends. And some people did start singing it not knowing what it was, but they'll continue singing it forever just because it's the song that never ends. That song is as annoying as Baby Shark. How are you, Hobo? You woke up and chose chaos today. It's okay. I'll be disabling all notifications pretty soon, so probably in about 5 minutes here. Any chance you can claim another dwarf? I mean, your last one died, didn't you, Merc? 'Cause yeah, sure. Do you have any choice of or any preferences for kind of dwarf or job for your dwarf? What? Oh, shit. Apparently Amateur's been taken by a Fey Mood and has claimed a craft store shop. Totally missed that, but... I would say not this stream, but next stream probably, but if you want one, I can give one to you. I'm not too picky, but I try and have there be a little bit of a break between dwarves. Give the last one, time to rest easy, But if you want one, I can give one. Not too picky. Minor again? All right. That one's very worried. Let's give you the worried one. Cole. Oh, kill. Cole. M-Y-R-K. Merc. An artifact in honor of the brothers Adams. I hope so. I hope so. Apparently you killed a Yeti in the year 129. He is worried after being able to pray. Was afraid after experiencing trauma. You have a lot of family. You're 109 years old, born on the 23rd of Obsidian in the year 61. He is corpulent, and he has very long sideburns that are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His medium-length hair is braided, and his nose is sharply hooked. His heliotrope eyes are round, and his dark peach skin is wrinkled. His somewhat narrow ears are free-lobed, and his hair is gray mixed with black. Mercs like Adderite, gold, ruby, and durian wood, deer bone, and pond turtle shell in the color ochre. Ochre? I don't actually know how to pronounce that word, I'll be honest. Breastplates and pigs for their snorts, and badgers for their underground communities, and the words of the paper lace in the sight of the wondrous lark and would possibly prefer to consume tomelo, wine, and purple amaranth flower. And you can't stand mosquitoes. I also don't like mosquitoes. I don't blame you there. Personally, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, finds moderation and self-control to be very important, and can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and you value peace over war. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, absolutely is unfazed by the thoughts of others, and, he finds humor in most situations. Likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this, since he values quiet, at least as an abstract concept. Tends to avoid crowds and is slow to anger, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is rarely happy or moved, or He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and does not and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Could be considered rude and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Bullshit, based on everything else we've read about you. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is assertive and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Beep boop. Hi pie. How are you? Ochre? Okay. I'll just say that from now on. See if anybody notices. Let's follow this engraver. Olbach. Amateur. I think we'll finish this artifact and then set up. Maybe I should watch Bob Ross more. But then again, I think large parts of the world could do with more Bob Ross in their lives right about now. Such a flare of positivity in this endless drawl of not much. How goes the dwarves? They goes. Last I checked, caveman. Morning. We're about to be joined by Brothers Adams in 25 minutes here. So my anxiety is going haywire, but that's normal. I don't know why it does that. It just does that. It's like you'd think I'd stop getting stressed about having people on my stream after I've done it a couple times, but nope. Turns out not the fact, not the way my brain works. More adamantine. We shall continue to praise said miners. I'm trying to figure out where that stuff was. Oh, there it is. Oh, hey, look at this. Look at all this adamantine right there. Well, I guess we're just going to cut through that. And mine that out. All the way along here. All the way up to there. All this. All of this adamantine. Got a small project for a penguin NFT a while ago. No one's going to be happy about hearing about that, where they were going to pay to have a game built for the models. Gross. And they ended up selling. They didn't have a good launch, so they canceled the project midway through, like every single one of those things does. That, or they have a good launch and then they run away with the money. Those are the two ways they go. And to do all the survivals game stuff on your own? Yeah, well, don't bake marketplaces into everything. So instead of penguins, it's low poly characters. Well, it's a busy marketplace for the crafting world. I'll say that. I'm like at a point of frustration with NFTs where I can't even like joke about them anymore. It's not even funny. Well, I mean, at least you learned some marketable skills from it. Some gem grade crystal cinnabar. It looks like perfect ruby, little ruby crystals. Since cinnabar is a cool material, take pictures of it. Yeah, fair. They're just not fiscally tempting. Yeah, well. My cousin's involved with an NFT project, and I'm very disappointed in him. He had such promise. Please tell me those are fun bones. Elkbird bone, that's no fun. You mean pump and dump? Frog fryer? Yeah, see, I don't want those clients to make money, so I wouldn't take any client. I've been offered, like, maybe a half dozen sponsorship deals with NFT-related things, and every time I just kind of giggle to myself and delete the email, so... I mean, there's lots of working products that don't need to exist out there. I think we just had a tantrum that killed a dwarf. Looks like it. Thygon, the bone carver. Lego Death Star? It's the only thing that my brain goes to when you say that you're working on a Death Star. But yeah, no. Unfortunately, Caveman, I have nothing positive to say on that subject, so I hope that that project fails. General Grub!
First time I actually subscribed on Twitch. Thanks for all the great content, Blind Crypt Bear.
Well, thank you for taking the time to watch it and support it. I mean, 7-Day RL starts on the Saturday. It's not too late to throw your hat in the ring, Caveman Crafting. You could take part in something that, like, you know, is positive and potentially useful instead of NFTs or a paycheck. Native gold gizzard stones, silver bars, honey badger bones, elkbird bone, beak dog leather, gizzard, nice gizzard stones, pigtail cloth, and schist. 7-Day RL. Make a roguelike in 7 days. We'll be covering this in like a week and a half once it starts. I mean, it starts in 6 hours. You got plenty of time to join. Get in there and make a roguelike in 7 days. No pressure. Okay, it doesn't need graphics. It just needs to be a roguelike. And maybe I'll play it and tell you how it sucks and how you can make it better. Let's fight to the death turn by turn in 7-Day RL. Yeah, do it. Why would I link that? Because I want more people to make games for it. That's why. Which I think is a valid reason. Just joined? Hell yeah, man. Speaking of describing things, I got code this morning for another no graphics audio adventure game, which is going to make the YouTube channel real happy. Because they weren't thrilled about the last one, but lost a lot of subscribers in a few days. But I enjoyed it enough, I don't care. So best to do it quickly. Yeah, that's why 48-hour game jams are great, because you can be like, work on a thing for 48 hours, then be like, that was a terrible idea, and then never work on it again. Great use of everybody's time. Summer's arrived on the calendar, apparently. I'm in the background of the game right now disabling my notifications. So if you resub or something and there's no notification, just keep in mind I'm doing that so that notifications don't go off during interview. Apparently, Streamlabs is donating $100,000 to Ukraine. That's neat. Tarn is coming, and maybe Zach. That's still, I think, a maybe. But in 15 minutes, sword. I'm just starting to set things up here on my end. Let's disable. 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 Save settings. Let's see if that worked. Fresh. Yeah, well. You also have to use their charity fundraising solution, which I'm not a fan of, so. Unpause Dwarf Fortress. And over here and mute that. So sound commands are not going to work now, and no notifications should make sound. If anybody wants to test them, you can, but not going to do anything. Things are mostly set up on my end. Test received. And Amateur, the engraver, has created Okang Duthal, a schist ring, and claims it as a name of the family ancestor Tekkud Diamond Grape. Not that Tekkud. It's worth 61,200 Zethal. The Yor of Worth. You're worth it, chat. Hear that? This is a schist ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular schist cabochons and round, nice cabochons. And it is decorated with beak dog leather and elk bird bone and encircled with bands of silver. This item has... on this item is an image of dwarves and pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Hotbeards by the sweltering sand of the Crimson Pulley in the early spring of 155. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in honey badger leather. On the item is an image of dwarves in native gold. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Hotbeards by the sweltering sand and by the Crimson Pulley in the early spring of 155. That ring is the schist. It is the schist. This is true. But that is enough of Hotbeards for the day. Because I got 10 minutes. Not bad timing, if I do say so myself. So on screen during interview is going to be Twitch chat, which means you guys get to be on the screen. How does that make you feel, chat? Hop over here real quick. Where you all say, "Hi, Mom, you're on TV." Testing. Hey, perfect. Here, I'll give you guys a... Hi, YouTube. It's very important when the interview starts that you all say, "Hi, YouTube." You have to say, "Hi, YouTube." Very important. But it's okay. You guys get banished until we're good to go. All right, so I will just keep this install up and running, and we will create a new world and go that route. I'll just be generating worlds in the background. Now it's just a matter of waiting for a toad to come online.